Chapter 195, 1 against 100. You lure some more monsters over. With such a good leveling spot, I want to charge to number 1 on the ranking list and teach the other guilds in the alliance the strength of martial union. Unstable Devastation spoke in the team chat. Yes, the several assassins replied. Right now, Fire Dance still occupied the first place on the ranking list. However, the second place had already changed. However, it wasn't because Fire Dance and the others' leveling speed was slower than the other players. They were simply busy doing quests. These quests were all rare reputation quests, and they could obtain relatively large amounts of White River City reputation by completing them. In God's Domain, if players wished to have an official class when they reached level 20, they could only apply at the class association in the various large cities. However, players required a certain amount of reputation before doing so. Hence, the first task Shifeng wanted Blackie and the others to accomplish after they entered White River City was to do these rare quests and quickly raise their reputation. By the time they reached level 20, they would be able to change into their basic classes immediately. If they discovered this fact only after they reached level 20, they would have to waste a lot of time earning sufficient reputation, which, in turn, would delay their progress. Just as Unstable Devastation excitedly hunted three-tailed scorpions, Shifeng had also arrived at Martial Union's healer's position using the Ring of Nothingness. Nobody would ever think that a single independent player would take the initiative to seek vengeance upon a guild's elite team. After all, this was simply an overestimation of one's own abilities. However, Shifeng dared to do just that because of his sufficient strength. Unstable Devastation was level 10, and the others present were all level 9. There was a 5-level gap between them and Shifeng. Moreover, equipment that could ignore an opponent's levels were extremely rare at this stage of the game. These conditions allowed Shifeng to easily sweep the floor with this group of level 9 players. Just as the healers of Martial Union were about to replenish the HP of the frontline players, Shifeng suddenly appeared before them. Shifeng cast Thundering Flash, the skill instantly devouring the group of panicked healers. Frightening damages of over -500 appeared on every healer's head, and some even received critical hits of over -1000 damage. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the healers died. However, due to the healers standing relatively spread apart, there were 3 who managed to remain unscathed after Shifeng's attack. Shifeng immediately used Wind Blade and charged over. He used Chop on one of the shocked healers, killing them instantly. Shifeng then continued to brandish his sword at the 2 remaining healers, reaping their lives with a few sword strokes. Yifeng. Unstable Devastation bellowed, countless veins surfacing on his forehead. Unstable Devastation, haven't you been trying to find me all this time? Shifeng faintly smiled as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Regarding the 100-plus players standing around Unstable Devastation, glaring at him, Shifeng paid no attention to them at all. Now that I've arrived, I wonder if you've prepared to die yet? Kill me? I'm afraid that you're the one who won't leave this place alive. I lost to you the previous time because you had a higher level. This time, however, I am level 10 as well. Do you think that I'm still afraid of you? Everyone, get him. Kill him. Unstable Devastation smiled disdainfully, immediately commanding all of his subordinates to get rid of Shifeng. Unstable Devastation did not believe that Shifeng could leave alive when faced with his team of over 100 elite players, not to mention, manage to kill him. The players from Martial Union revealed sneers as they looked at Shifeng. They all thought that there was a problem with Shifeng's head. However, they didn't mind teaching Shifeng a lesson. 1 against 100. Did he really think he was Superman? In the past, the players from Martial Union that surrounded Shifeng were mostly normal members. There were only a few elite members of the guild present at the time. Hence, Shifeng caused such a massacre. This time, however, they were all Martial Union's elites, and they were all level 9 players. Yifeng would only meet one end today: death. Suddenly, tens of spells launched at Shifeng. The other remaining tens of shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, and swordsmen charged towards Shifeng. Meanwhile, the assassins entered stealth, waiting for their chance to strike. Faced with the attacks of dozens of mages, Shi Feng dared not be careless. He immediately activated Windwalk and the Tier 2 life shield before proceeding to charge at the incoming wave of players. As Shi Feng's speed was extremely fast, very few of the tens of spells hit Shi Feng. In the end, only 3 or 4 spells actually managed to deal damage to Shi Feng. Unfortunately, these spells were all fire-type and ice-type spells such as Fireball and Frost Arrows. With Shi Feng's resistances, these spells managed to cause less than -10 damage each. In addition to the life shield absorbing a portion of the damage, the actual damage these spells caused was less than -6 points. All of the mages were shocked. Even if it is a tiny amount of damage, beat him with all you've got. There has to be a limit to his HP. Without any healers, he won't last long. Melee classes, spread out and be careful of his AoE skills. Unstable Devastation was similarly shocked. However, after giving it some thought, even if Shi Feng had an insanely high defense, he still wasn't a boss. There was bound to be a limit to his HP. Even if they only dealt damage in the single digits, with tens of them continuously attacking, how long could Shi Feng last? Watching his HP fall continuously, Shi Feng clearly understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The difference in attributes was simply not enough to overcome the strength of over 100 elite players. Almost. When the distance between Shi Feng and the crowd from Martial Union shrunk to less than 20 yards, Shi Feng took out an intermediate frost grenade, tossing it at them. Martial Union noticed Shi Feng throwing an item. However, since it was not a skill, they did not pay it any heed. Instantly, the intermediate frost grenade exploded, releasing a shroud of cold air, covering a 12-yard radius. The cold air froze the players for 3 seconds and dealt -400 damage to every one of them. The shroud of cold air swallowed more than half of the melee players. MTs, activate your life-saving skills. Mages, increase your firepower and controlling skills. We must not let him get near the frozen players. Unstable Devastation hurriedly shouted. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights immediately activated their shield walls and protection blessings respectively after receiving the command. However, deep in their hearts, they were extremely clear that these skills were absolutely useless in front of Shi Feng. They merely used these skills in the hopes that, with their increased durability, Shi Feng would instead choose to go for the other players first. Meanwhile, the mages standing at the rear line started casting controlling spells, one after another. They used spells such as ice walls and ice spheres to prevent Shi Feng from closing in on the frozen players. Shi Feng simply smiled. Using silent steps, he instantly arrived behind these mages. With the ice blue devil flame covering his entire body, he sent thunder flame explosion blasting down on these mages. The elementalists and cursemancers who were within the range of thunder flame explosion were instantly wiped out of existence. Moreover, those who received critical hits of over -2000 damage also had their equipment destroyed. A few elementalists with quick reactions had immediately activated Frozen Circle, coupled with a blink. They intended to slow Shi Feng down as they fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Shi Feng reacted even faster than they did. He activated Defensive Blade and Dark Violent Dance. Gaining immunity to the Frozen Circles, Shi Feng waved the flaming abyssal blade in his hand. A streak of deep blue flaming sword aura landed on one of the escaping elementalists 10 yards away, dealing over -1000 damage and instantly killing him. Simultaneously, the 2 summoners in front of him also received damage from the attack, instantly losing over 400 HP. Shi Feng then continued with a barrage of attacks. As a result, deep blue flames annihilated the mages within a 15-yard radius. Kill him. Don't be afraid, we have more men on our side. He only has half of his HP remaining. Although Shi Feng only had half of his HP remaining right now, Unstable Devastation had lost much of his confidence. Even so, he did not stop sending out streak after streak of frost arrows and fatal shots. However, Shi Feng had dodged every one of them. In addition to the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's flame transformation and terrifying AoE damage, Unstable Devastation already had the notion of escaping for his life. However, he needed to observe the situation further before he made his decision. Half HP, is it? Shifeng calmly smiled. He then proceeded to take out his next trump card from his bag. Intermediate Recovery Potion. Instantly recovers 800 HP after use. Cooldown, 1 minute. In White River City, players were only allowed to purchase 5 intermediate recovery potions each day, and each bottle cost 3 silver coins. It was an item meant for a crucial time. Shifeng downed the bottle, his HP instantly recovering to full. At this sight, Martial Union's players were instantly afraid. They had sacrificed dozens of players to take away close to half of Shifeng's HP. Yet, Shifeng's HP was full once again. Moreover, the scorching flame that surrounded his body greatly increased his battle prowess. Just by closing in on him, the durability of their equipment constantly fell. Faced with such a situation, their confidence instantly sunk into a bottomless pit. Chapter 196, Devastating Strike. The elites of Martial Union, who had originally looked down on Shifeng, had started to panic now. What did a full HP Shifeng mean? Martial Union's elites already had the experience deeply ingrained into their bodies, so they understood what it meant. Compared to only losing a level after dying, their current situation was far graver. As they had spent all this time grinding monsters, their equipment and weapons durability was almost depleted. If they received an attack from Shifeng right now, that little durability would decrease even further, and their equipment and weapons might even be destroyed. This was much more frightening than simply losing a level. If they lost a level, they could recover it through grinding. However, it would be a different story if they lost the equipment and weapons they currently relied on. They had only managed to collect all these items after much difficulty, and compared to regaining a single level, it would be much more troublesome to recover these items. There was even the possibility that they could not recover these items at all. Yifeng, don't go overboard. It won't be beneficial to either of us if you continue your actions. It is not too late for you to leave this place right now. In the future, we will mind our own business, and we will each walk our separate paths. Although Unstable Devastation felt dissatisfied, Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He could only grit his teeth and take a step back in this matter. If he lost everything he had right now, his dreams of rising in Martial Union would also vanish. Overboard? These are your last words? Shifeng laughed at the absurdity. He truly could not understand Unstable Devastation's thought process. Did he think that, after slapping someone across the face, everything could be settled just with a simple apology? Hearing Shifeng's contempt, Unstable Devastation felt humiliation for the first time. He had already taken a step back, yet Shifeng reacted so aggressively. However, he could do nothing to Shifeng right now, so he could only watch as his subordinates were butchered, one after another. This sort of helplessness had driven him close to insanity. Unstable Devastation never thought that such a day would befall him. In the beginning, he had a 100% certainty of crushing Shifeng. Now, however, due to a mystical exploding object and an intermediate recovery potion, that confidence shattered. Even if they managed to kill Shifeng today, the elites of Martial Union would receive insufferable losses. Yifeng, you have forced my hand. Let's see which one of us will die first, then. Everyone attack him together. He already has a super red name. As long as we can kill him, he will drop all of his equipment, and it will be enough to make up for all our losses. Don't be afraid. His HP potion's cooldown is definitely very long. We can exhaust him to death. Upon receiving Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union went into a frenzy. They used all their skills and techniques to restrict Shifeng while slowly depleting his HP. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation also reluctantly retrieved a flame-red arrow from his back, aiming and firing it at Shifeng. This was Unstable Devastation's strongest treasure. Originally, he had intended to use this arrow to deal with a Lord-ranked boss. Now, however, he could only use it to get rid of Shifeng. Shio! The flame-red arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a sonic boom as it shot towards Shifeng's heart. Extremely complicated incantations were carved on the flame-red arrow's body, causing the surrounding fire-type mana to gather around the arrow. It seemed like a consumable item. Shifeng had also noticed this flame-red arrow flying at him. He stopped paying attention to the spells attacking him and immediately used parry to block this flame-red arrow. Boom! 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 The moment the arrow collided with Shifeng's swords, it exploded. The force of the explosion instantly sent Shifeng flying. Fortunately, parry had managed to block the attack fully, and Shifeng received no damage from the arrow. Shortly after, Shifeng landed, unscathed. Immediately he charged towards the mages, resuming his massacre of Martial Union's elites. Just like slapping at flies, Shifeng killed one player from Martial Union with each of his attacks. Within a short moment, 4 elites had died. Watching this scene play out, Unstable Devastation's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even after he used his final trump card, Shifeng had taken not a thread of damage from it. On the contrary, his attack aided Shifeng in closing in on the mages and continuing his slaughter. To begin with, Shifeng's movement speed was extremely quick. These mages had no chances of escaping him at all. Furthermore, due to the level suppression and Shifeng's magic resistance, these mages were rendered utterly helpless. They could only watch as they were slaughtered. Noticing that the frozen effect on the melee players was about to dissipate, the mages of Martial Union released a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. Unfortunately, Shifeng took out another intermediate frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the melee players again. The frost grenade landed precisely on the same location as before, and in the blink of an eye, these melee players froze solid once more. A damage of -400 also appeared on every one of their heads, and the assassins and swordsmen who had low HP fell into critical conditions. Shifeng then made a slashing motion with his sword, sending a flame blade flying at the assassins and swordsmen, ending their lives. This attack even destroyed the equipment they wore. At this stage of the game, where everyone's levels were still low, there were plenty of skills that players had yet to learn. It was especially true for high-level skills that could remove controlling effects. Thus, the elites had no defenses against Shifeng's frost grenades. They had no ways of dealing with them at all. With the melee players frozen once again, and Shifeng killing so many of their allies, these mages truly felt despair. They no longer cared about Unstable Devastation's command. They all ran, escaping in any direction they could. Nobody would have thought that Shifeng would still have a weapon of mass destruction like that. If they had known about this earlier, they would have long since fled and not remained here for slaughter. Everyone's escaping now? Shifeng immediately felt his head ache. If he hunted them down, one by one, he might let even more players escape. After all, although the frost grenades had frightening might, nobody would be foolish enough to stand still and wait for their deaths. Helpless, Shifeng could only start throwing out basic frost grenades without stop. Although there was a 1-second cooldown, it could freeze a player for 3 seconds. With this, Shifeng could get rid of all these scattered players. With basic frost grenades tossed out, one after another, the sandy grounds turned into a world of ice, while all of the members of Martial Union turned into ice sculptures. Shifeng then used the blazingly hot abyssal blade to end each of their lives. Watching as his teammates died and their equipment destroyed, the remaining players trembled in fear as they were driven to insanity. Some of the players who could not endure the sight even tried to log off from the game immediately. However, players were not allowed to log off during combat. So, they could only helplessly wait as Shifeng walked, step by step, closing in on them. Very quickly, Shifeng had reaped the lives of 100+ elite members of Martial Union, and only Unstable Devastation remained alive now. Unstable Devastation quietly stood still, his mind in a daze. He had even forgotten to resist. Over 100 elite players had died, and all of their equipment was destroyed. These were all of his assets, and right now, it was impossible for him to climb back up in Martial Union even if he wanted to. He no longer had any means to compete with his rivals in the guild. At this moment, Unstable Devastation only had regret filling his heart. All of this had stemmed from his own arrogance. If he had known that Shifeng was so frightening from the very beginning, he wouldn't have dared to become enemies with Shifeng, even if he were beaten to death. Even if he had to become enemies with Shifeng, at the very least, he would have waited until all members of Martial Union had entered White River City. However, it was too late now. Soon after, Shifeng killed Unstable Devastation with 2 sword slashes as well. I'm finally done cleaning up. It should also be about time to bring Blackie and the others down to a dungeon for some equipment upgrades. Shifeng took a look at his surroundings. After confirming that there weren't any members from Martial Union remaining, he used the demon mask to wipe clean his name. He then took out a return scroll, chanting the incantation and returning to White River City. After killing Unstable Devastation and the elite players under him, even if Unstable Devastation wanted to do anything to Shifeng in the future, he would need to wait until these elite members recovered before he could. However, there was no need to concern himself over a matter that couldn't happen for quite a while. Shortly after Shifeng wiped out Unstable Devastation's entire elite team, a large commotion occurred among the alliance of guilds that wished to carry out a crusade against Shifeng. This commotion was a result of Unstable Devastation suddenly declaring his retirement from this small alliance. Unstable Devastation's actions had confused these other guilds. He also refused to speak of anything in the alliance's chat before leaving it. After witnessing Shifeng's fearsomeness, Unstable Devastation didn't dare battle Shifeng any longer. Since Shifeng could kill him at the White Sand Ruins, then he could similarly kill him again and again out in the field. The same went for his team. Unstable Devastation no longer dared think of this matter. He still wished to make a living through God's domain. He was truly afraid of Shifeng now. Hence, Unstable Devastation also expressed his apologies on the official forums. In the future, he swore to no longer participate in any matters relating to Shifeng. As long as he met Shifeng, he would make a circle and do his best to avoid Shifeng. Immediately, Unstable Devastation's actions had sent shockwaves through the White River City region. Chapter 197, Crazy Stone. Although Unstable Devastation was not considerably well known, he was still one of the upper echelons of Martial Union. He was also archenemies with Shifeng, and he had recently revealed one of Shifeng's big secrets. So, there were quite a number of people who knew about him. Nobody would have thought that Unstable Devastation would publicly apologize to Shifeng. Many people were stunned when they read Unstable Devastation's message. Martial Union was obviously a large guild, yet, they had actually submitted to a lone independent player. Although such incidents had occurred before in past virtual reality games, the total occurrences could definitely be counted on one hand. Above all, God's Domain was a game that had just recently released. At this stage of the game, the difference in strength between players would mainly display itself in terms of techniques, and this difference could easily be overcome using the advantage in numbers. Yet, Unstable Devastation had succumbed to Shifeng. It was simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me just what is going on here? What? Is this going to be the uprising of independent players? As expected of my idol, Shifeng. What's so great about guilds? Haven't they succumbed to strength all the same? Chaos ensued in the official forums of the White River City region. Unstable Devastation's message was like a small pebble thrown into a tranquil pond, generating ripples that spread out in all directions. As a result, players on the forum posted their own opinions, especially the independent players. No matter which virtual reality game they were in, guild players and independent players would frequently conflict with each other. However, this could not be helped. After all, to surpass others, one must obtain more resources. Naturally, guilds would occupy these resources. Meanwhile, the independent players who lacked strength could only retreat in the face of these guilds. Thus, it created conflicts. Now that an independent player like Shifeng had made a large guild submit to him, this incident received an unquestionably huge response from many independent players. However, to the alliance of guilds that planned a crusade against Shifeng, this matter was just like a bomb filled with peril. Unstable Devastation, the leader who started this alliance and planned this crusade, had actually chosen to withdraw from the alliance. Moreover, he did not even speak a word about this incident. Just what sort of power could cause unstable devastation to react in such a way? This incident struck panic into the other guilds of this small alliance. "Brother Zhang, what should we do?" Flaming Tiger quietly asked. Due to unstable devastation's shocking actions, the various guilds in the small alliance started feeling insecure. Zhang Luowei fell deep into thought for some time before saying, "Let's not involve ourselves just yet. We'll wait until we are all in White River City before we deal with this matter." However, for him to force a person like Unstable Devastation to submit, I have truly underestimated this Yifeng. Tell Ling Feilong to get in touch with Yifeng, see if he can get Yifeng to join Shadow. Although Shadow has only recently started its development, our resources are plenty. Tell Ling Feilong this, as long as Yifeng agrees, I can give Yifeng an elder position, an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits, and 10% of the workshop's shares. Flaming Tiger was stunned. He admitted that he was not Shifeng's opponent and that Shifeng's skills were a level higher than his, but wasn't this promise a little too great? Not only could an elder of the guild live leisurely, but the authority they wielded was also great. Aside from Brother Lan and Zhang Luowei, Shifeng would have the highest authority in Shadow, not to mention an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits and 10% of the workshop's shares. Even Flaming Tiger only had a minimum monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Flaming Tiger simply could not understand why they had to pay such a huge price to recruit Shifeng. However, he did not have a say in this matter, so he could only do as he was told. White River City, Trade Area. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the bank. He retrieved 500 stacks of hard stones, intending to sell only a portion of his stock for now. Due to the great increase in the hard stones demand, the price had already reached Shifeng's estimation of 10 silver coins per stack. Although this price would still rise later, it was already close to the limit players could handle. These 500 stacks of hard stones were only a small portion of the hard stones Shifeng owned. Just based on the amount of hard stones that Shifeng had constantly purchased before, his stock exceeded 10,000 stacks. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds in White River City could not purchase any hard stones. Shifeng had purchased all of these hard stones when the prices were at their lowest, and he only paid around 30 gold coins for them. However, their current value far exceeded their initial cost. After selling these 500 stacks, it should be about time to bring Blackie and the others to raid the level 10 team dungeon, the Goblin Factory. Shifeng inwardly planned. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels were high, the overall equipment they had was subpar at best. The same went for Shifeng's equipment. However, at least his was the best swordsman set equipment for players level 10 and below. His teammates' equipment, on the other hand, could only be described as miserable. As of this moment, there were already more than 500 players who had reached level 10 and had their names etched on the ranking list of the White River City region. Which was to say, there were already more than 500 players who had entered White River City. A majority of these players were members of well-known guilds. Aside from doing some quests in White River City right now, these players' main objective remained dungeon raiding, as dungeons were the best source for good equipment. Only with good equipment would these players level up with greater efficiency. Hence, plenty of guilds had already started diving into dungeons. White River City was different from towns. God's Domain only truly began after players reached level 10 and the city. As for the town life players experienced at the start of the game, it was merely an introduction to life in God's Domain. There were plenty of level 10 dungeons throughout the White River City region. The number of level 10 to level 12 party dungeons exceeded 20, and their rating difficulty varied greatly. Meanwhile, 10-man level 10 team dungeons numbered slightly lower, but there were still 12 such dungeons available. As for level 10 large-scale dungeons, there were 3 within the White River City region. As long as one successfully raided one of these 3 large dungeons, they could activate the card set exchange system. The value of card sets would also be at their highest when that time came. Meanwhile, after entering White River City, the normal raiding procedure for players began with the party dungeons to upgrade their equipment. They would then proceed to small-scale team dungeons and finally, the level 10 large-scale dungeons. Right now, many guilds had already started raiding small dungeons and were continuously upgrading their equipment. Eventually, all the guilds in White River City would have only one goal: obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. A team could only obtain the first clear by clearing the hell mode of the dungeon. Moreover, the first clear of large-scale team dungeons was slightly different from that of small-scale team dungeons. The achievement would not only be announced throughout the White River City region, but it would also be announced throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was one of the best ways to increase one's fame throughout the Star Moon Kingdom, and it was also a display of a guild's strength. Hence, large-scale dungeons were considered the true battlegrounds for the various large guilds. Meanwhile, for these guilds who frequently battled inside dungeons, whetstones would become one of their strategic supplies. This situation would further increase these guilds' need for hard stones, causing the price of hard stones to soar once again. Thus, Shifeng chose to sell his stock of hard stones at this time. Right now, Shifeng was not focused on conquering the large-scale team dungeons. He knew his own limits, and he would not try to compete with those well-known guilds. His goal right now was only to conquer the level 15 small-scale team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. However, regarding strength or numbers, his team was still far from capable of raiding the Demon's Castle. They needed some upgrades before they could rise to that challenge. Arriving at the auction house of White River City, Shifeng casually took a seat in the corner and opened the auction house's system interface. He then selected to sell his wares within the White River City region. That way, he would not need to foot such a large fee. Similar to selling at a town's auction house, only players within the White River City region could see the items he placed on auction. As for selling the hard stones to the other cities, Shifeng had never intended to do so. Just the expensive handling fee alone would greatly reduce his profits. Not to mention, the other cities were not as much in need of hard stones as White River City, so the prices the stones would sell for much less. Shifeng first placed 10 stacks of hard stones on auction with a minimum price of 10 silver coins per stack and a buyout price of 12 silver coins. He did so to take a look at the results. If he placed all 500 stacks up for auction at once, it could drastically affect the market. Hard stones prices would plummet. Hence, he would slowly sell off his stock, carrying out hunger marketing. As expected, before even a minute had passed, all 10 stacks of hard stones sold. Moreover, they had been purchased at the buyout price of 12 silvers. There wasn't even a competition to speak of. It can't be, right? Shifeng was stunned when he received the notification from the auction house. Such a great demand had far exceeded his expectations. Although he knew that there was a shortage of hard stones right now, he never thought that someone would pay 12 silvers without hesitation. This was simply insane. Did these people not know that 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 107 credits right now? Spending an additional 2 silver coins would be the equivalent of spending 214 credits. To a fresh university graduate, that would be a tenth of their monthly salary. Chapter 198, Trial of God. Shifeng had only sold 10 stacks of hard stones. When compared to the demand of the entire White River City region, it was a drop in the ocean. Seeing such burning demand, Shifeng placed another 10 stacks of hard stones up for auction. This time, he changed the minimum price to 12 silver coins and the buyout price at 15 silver coins. By doing so, he tried to find out the highest price hard stones could currently sell for and the bottom line of these desperate players. As expected, nobody paid the buyout price immediately this time. Instead, they bid over the hard stones. However, the numbers rose very slowly, and there was only a small increase of several coppers with each consecutive bid. 1 minute later, the price of the 10 stacks of hard stones finally displayed a significant increase. The bidding had gone from 12 silver coins to 13 silver coins, and it continued to rise to 13 silver, 30 coppers before finally stopping. Obviously, this was the final price these desperate players were willing to fork out. Their bottom line should be around 13 silver coins, huh? Still, this has surpassed my expectations. In the future, I can simply sit tight and wait for the money to roll in. Shifeng also felt that 13 silver coins was the limit for hard stones. If the prices further increased, then aside from guilds, average players could not endure such an expense. Moreover, Shifeng had only paid around 30 coppers for each stack of hard stones when he purchased them in bulk. Now, he sold them for 13 silver coins per stack. Their value had increased over 30 folds. One could not be too greedy. Shifeng was currently satisfied with the results. Shifeng then continued removing hard stones from his bag, setting them up for auction. He sold 20 stacks per batch, and each batch would be available every 10 minutes or so. Considering the consumption rate and finances of the players in the White River City region, 1,600 to 1,700 stacks should sell each day. If Shifeng sold 1,000 stacks per day, not only could the entire White River City region fully deplete his stock, it also would not cause any adverse effects on the price of hard stones. If Shifeng could sell 1,000 stacks each day, he could earn over 100 gold every day by selling the hard stones at 13 silvers per stack. Moreover, these were genuine gold coins and not credits. Such a daily income was more than 10 times higher than the daily income of first-rate guilds. With such funds in his hands, Shifeng would not have to worry about financial issues when he developed his guild in the future. With the sales system all set and done, Shifeng's finger tapped and slid, calling out the half-transparent communication interface. His finger then moved and tapped on his good friend Blackie's call button. "Blackie, are you guys done with the reputation quests? If you are, then gather in front of the teleportation gate. We'll go dungeon diving together," Shifeng asked. "We're already done with our quests. However, it seems that we've been trapped inside a sealed map. We need to go through a trial if we wish to leave." Blackie grew excited when he heard about dungeon diving, and he wished he could immediately go to display his prowess. Ever since he obtained Mavis Guard, he had started browsing the internet and watching videos of experts displaying their skills. He had also frequently sparred with his team members, and his techniques had greatly improved. He would definitely shock Shifeng with his new techniques. Unfortunate, he couldn't do any of that right now. A sealed map. Shifeng's eyebrows wrinkled, his mind entering a deep thought. He did not know how Blackie and the others managed to enter a sealed map. Logically, the quests he sent them on had no such locations. However, after recalling Blackie's description of the place, he suddenly understood the situation Blackie and the others were in. He could not help but admit that their luck was truly impressive. There were various miraculous opportunities available in God's domain, and players most frequently discovered the Trial of God. Players also called it the Trial of Heroes, and it was a test given by gods for mortals to become heroes. As long as it was a level 10 map or above, there was a chance for this trial to appear. Players would occasionally encounter this trial out in the fields, questing or grinding. However, less than 1 out of 10,000 players would have a chance of meeting this trials. Blackie and the others were definitely lucky for encountering this trial. Every Trial of Heroes was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as players could clear it, they would receive a bountiful reward. In this trial, equipment and EXP were considered the lowest form of reward. If players could perform exceedingly well in the Trial of Heroes, they could receive permanent attribute increases, super rare or improved skills, an abundant amount of weapon mastery, and many more super rare rewards. Weapons and equipment could only be used for a period of time. They were like foreign objects. They were not truly part of one's strength. However, it would be a different story if players could receive things like permanent attribute increases and super rare skills. The value of such things far surpassed that of weapons and equipment, and they would be of immense help towards one's future development. "How many colors were on the trial door that you guys entered?" Shifeng asked. Shifeng's question confused Blackie. However, since Shifeng had asked, Blackie tried to recall the number of different colors on the large double doors they had entered. He then said unconfidently, "I think there were 4 colors." 4. Are you guys trying to get yourselves killed? Shifeng immediately wanted to scold Blackie. The Trial of God did not only possess rewards, but it would also mete out punishments. The punishments and rewards given were also equal. In God's domain, with opportunity came danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch in God's domain, and even if there were, it might very well poison you to death. The trial of heroes was normally categorized into 7 tiers. If there were only one color on the teleportation gate, then the trial would be Tier 1. It was also the easiest trial to clear. Along with the increase in number of colors, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If there were 4 colors on the door of trials, then it would be a Tier 4 trial. Its difficulty would be around 8 times or above that of a Tier 1 trial. If Blackie and the others could clear it, the minimum rewards they could obtain would be fine gold rank or above weapons and equipment. Normally, it would be a dark gold ranked item. If they could finish the trial with a sufficiently high completion rate, there was a possibility they could receive permanent attribute increases or have one of their skills upgraded to a stronger version. However, the punishment for a Tier 4 trial was no joking matter. If Blackie and the others failed to complete the trial, the lightest punishment they might receive was a massive loss in EXP. They could very well lose several levels. Blackie and the others might even lose a portion of their attributes or skill mastery permanently, possibly entering a weakened state for a long period of time. Such severe punishments were also one of the reasons why most players would avoid entering the door of trials after finding one. They would instead choose to sell the information to a large guild, making a huge profit. Brother Feng, are we in a very dangerous situation? Hearing Shifeng's panic, Blackie could not help but swallow nervously, his heartbeat increasing in pace. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others who stood beside Blackie also became extraordinarily serious after hearing Shifeng's words. They no longer dared belittle this trial. I can only give you guys advice. Act within your capabilities. Do not attempt meritorious deeds, only try to leave in one piece. Don't forget to pass on my advice to everyone in the team. However, Blackie, since you have Mavis Guard, logically, you guys should have a very high possibility of clearing the trial. However, remember not to rush things. Even if you have to waste a lot of time, you must never hurry. The rest will depend on your battle techniques, intelligence, and wisdom. Shifeng then continued to pass on all his knowledge about the trials onto Blackie. As for whether or not they could clear the trial, it would depend solely on Blackie and the others. The tests of the Trial of Heroes had never repeated, so there were no known strategies to conquering one. However, in Shifeng's previous life, after collecting the knowledge and wisdom of many predecessors, he managed to form a strategy that was not an actual strategy, which was to act within one's own capabilities and plan before taking action. One must not rush when carrying out the Trial of Heroes. Other than that, there was no true strategy for conquering the Trial of Heroes. With Fire Dance, Cola, and Blackie's Mavis Guard, they should be able to clear a 4-color trial. However, they should not be able to leave the trial in a short time. Shifeng felt a headache building. He originally intended to upgrade their equipment by raiding a dungeon. However, that plan had gone down the drain now. He did not even know if Blackie and the others could manage to leave the trial within a week. The Trial of Heroes was never simple, and it was an extremely time-consuming trial. In Shifeng's previous life, it wasn't unusual if players spent more than a month clearing a trial. In the past, a top-tier expert had once made a fair evaluation of the trials. A 5-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling an epic quest. A 6-colored trial had the difficulty rivaling a legendary quest. As for a 7-colored trial, it had the difficulty rivaling a top-tier legendary quest. In Shifeng's previous life, even after God's domain had been in operation for over a decade, there had yet to be a player that could clear a 7-colored trial. Of course, part of the reason was that no true Apex expert had encountered a 7-colored trial. In the past, the highest tiered trial cleared was a 6-colored trial. Meanwhile, one of the conquerors of a 6-colored trial was the cleric god, Violet Cloud, one of the publicly acknowledged top 10 cleric gods in God's domain. Thinking that Violet Cloud was currently with Blackie and the others, Shifeng hesitantly released a sigh of relief. Although Violet Cloud had yet to grow into her prime, her potential could not be ignored. For a 4-colored trial, Blackie and the others might, possibly, be able to clear it. Forget it. No point worrying about it too much. It seems that I can only upgrade my own equipment for now, Shifeng sighed. Habitually, he opened up the auction house interface, searching for items under the miscellaneous section. The miscellaneous section of the auction house was just like Taobao. Oftentimes, players would auction some good things without realizing their actual value or things that they felt were not valuable at all. Hence, Shifeng often browsed through this section, hoping to find a lucky catch. Just as Shifeng casually flipped through the pages. Flaming Sun Scripture. Shifeng incidentally discovered a flame-red book displayed on the item interface of the auction house. Shifeng's expression trembled at the sight of this book, and he could not help but wish he could immediately snatch this book into his hands. Someone dared to sell even this item? This is simply ludicrous. Shifeng's sight then shifted towards the price tag displayed on the upper left corner, the ancient books. Chapter 199, Flaming Sun Scripture. Displayed on the half-transparent pale blue screen, the price of the Flaming Sun Scripture was similarly striking. Crap, this seller must have been dropped on his head as a child. Shifeng loudly cursed the moment he saw the price. In actuality, Shifeng wasn't the only person who loudly cursed when they saw the price for this Flaming Sun Scripture. Some players would even couple their curses with a few finger motions. 1,000 gold coins. This person was simply insane. Shifeng then took a look at the seller's name. Sinfully Handsome. Shifeng could only look at this person with respect when seeing this exotic name. Just how much of a narcissist was this person? Looking at this name, Shifeng could also vaguely guess the reason why the price of this Flaming Sun Scripture was so high. However, since he had seen the Flaming Sun Scripture, he could not easily give it up. Hence, he sent out a communication request to this person called Sinfully Handsome. However, Shifeng hid his name when he made the call, preventing this Sinfully Handsome from discovering his identity. After waiting for 10 seconds or so, Sinfully Handsome picked up the call. Who are you? What business do you have with me? You can't be asking me to power level you, right? If you're a pretty girl, this brother can carry you to victory with me. Narcissism filled Sinfully Handsome's voice when he spoke, and he gave others the hint of being a hooligan. Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Sinfully Handsome's words. Girl, carry you to victory. Just who was this person? Even a person like this could obtain the Flaming Sun Scripture? Was this world already in such a mess? Hey, speak a few words, why don't you? Are you dead? Don't tell me you're a tranny, right? This brother doesn't have that kind of taste. Sinfully Handsome suddenly started panicking. Hello, I'm interested in buying the Flaming Sun Scripture that you've placed on the auction house. I wonder if you can sell it to me at a lower price? Shifeng asked. Oh, so you want to buy that item? Of course I can. Sinfully Handsome smiled in realization. I'll slightly reduce the price for you then. How does 900 gold sound? This is a very justifiable price. Shifeng faintly smiled at Sinfully Handsome's asking price. He then calmly stated his own price, 20 silver coins. Shifeng did not believe Sinfully Handsome knew the Flaming Sun Scripture's true value. Only fire-type humanoids level 10 or higher would drop the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, its drop rate was somewhat low, so its selling price was very high. The average person usually couldn't afford it. Even so, it was still not worth an insane 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, players could even purchase an epic ranked item. Why would they bother buying an item like the Flaming Sun Scripture if they had that kind of money? Hey, fellow brother, you're not being sincere here. You are the one who took the initiative to contact me, yet, you're offering such a price? Do you know which guild I belong to? Sinfully Handsome beamed a smile, proudly saying, Have you heard of Dark Star before? It's an apex third-rate guild in White River City. With this name alone, shouldn't you at least offer 100 gold? Dark Star, it was indeed a powerful guild in White River City. However, what did that have to do with Shifeng? 1 gold coin. If you don't wish to sell, then forget it. Shifeng understood that Sinfully Handsome took him for a fool. However, he was also in quite a need for the Flaming Sun Scripture, so he decided to offer such a high price. Unfortunately, Sinfully Handsome misunderstood Shifeng's intentions. You have to think through this clearly. In the entire White River City, only I possess this flaming sun scripture. Seeing that you're an honest person, I'll make a large sacrifice and sell it to you for 10 gold with an additional 100,000 credits. If you still don't want it, I can only look for another buyer, Sinfully Handsome confidently said. Goodbye. Shi Feng immediately disconnected the call. Sinfully Handsome suddenly panicked when Shi Feng disconnected the call. He did not think that Shi Feng would be so decisive. At least try to bargain. Watching his 1 gold coin fly out of his grasp, Sinfully Handsome's heart bled with regret. However, he was too embarrassed to contact Shi Feng again. Humph! I don't believe that you can so easily give up on this flaming sun scripture. Sinfully Handsome snorted. Although he did not know the use of the flaming sun scripture, based on its powerful and tyrannical name, it was not an ordinary item. Sinfully Handsome was very sure that Shi Feng knew this item's value. However, he did not wish to pay too high a price, so he retreated for the sake of advancing. With this thought, Sinfully Handsome was further assured of the flaming sun scripture's value. It was definitely worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Hence, Sinfully Handsome ran towards the auction house, changing the price of the flaming sun scripture from 1,000 gold coins to 10,000 gold coins. He wanted to see if Shi Feng was willing to beg him for this item. However, when Sinfully Handsome arrived at the auction house, he discovered that there was not only a single flaming sun scripture on auction anymore, there were 5 of these books now. Aside from his copy, priced at 10,000 gold coins, the other 4 books were all priced at 15 silver coins. The most inconceivable thing was that the number of flaming sun scriptures up for auction continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, there were already 10 copies of the book up for sale. Just what sort of situation is this? Sinfully Handsome's eyes widened. He thought he was dreaming right now. How could there be so many flaming sun scriptures? While the quantity of these flaming sun scriptures increased, someone else bought them, one after another. There were a total of 32 copies of the flaming sun scripture offered in the auction house. Among them, Shi Feng had bought 30 of them. Only Sinfully Handsome's copy and another copy sold by Nobody Cares for 20 silver coins remained. Sinfully Handsome suddenly thought of something. He then hurriedly opened the trade section under White River City's official forums. As expected, there was an anonymous post stating, buying flaming sun scriptures at 14 silver coins per book. Willing to purchase it at 15 silver coins if placed in the auction house. One could often find such purchasing methods in virtual reality games. After all, players had plenty of items that they kept on hand without placing them on the auction house. There were only a scarce amount of players like Sinfully Handsome who would place items of unknown value on the auction house. Shi Feng also remembered this fact, and he thought that, by now, there should be quite a few players who have gotten their hands on a flaming sun scripture. My 1 gold coin. Sinfully Handsome wanted to cry. Originally, he thought that the flaming sun scripture's value could rival that of an epic ranked item. However, after seeing so many other players possessing this item, Sinfully Handsome immediately realized his mistake. If he had sold his copy for 1 gold coin, he would have made a huge profit. Elsewhere, Shi Feng felt great satisfaction after purchasing 30 copies of the flaming sun scripture. He would have completely forgotten about this item's existence if he had not discovered the flaming sun scripture on the auction house in the first place. 30 books should be enough for my purposes. Shi Feng looked at the 30 flaming sun scriptures laying in his bag, utterly pleased. Although he had spent 4 gold, 50 silvers, shrinking his assets slightly, the gold coins he possessed would only depreciate as time passed. It was much better if he used those gold coins to profit further. Thus, Shi Feng had spent so much money to purchase the flaming sun scriptures. In Shi Feng's previous life, plenty of players had obtained the flaming sun scripture. Unfortunately, none of them knew its purpose. Hence, they sold it at bargain prices. However, there was a ranger who had desperately bought these flaming sun scriptures. Even after the prices of the flaming sun scriptures rose to 1 gold coin per book, that player still bought them without hesitation, earning the suspicion of many. So, many players started to investigate the flaming sun scripture. On one occasion, a party of players met with a ranger who grinded solo at the level 25 map, Flame God's Cave. Moreover, that ranger displayed a shocking scene of killing the boss and elite monsters there by himself. Later on, however, the players discovered that the reason the ranger could grind at the Flame God's Cave alone was all thanks to the Flaming Sun scripture. From then on, the secret of the Flaming Sun scripture was revealed, causing its price to skyrocket. In the end, even when the Flaming Sun scripture sold for 3 gold coins per book, there were still players willing to buy it. Right now, Shifeng had only spent 15 silver coins to purchase each book. He had made a huge profit from this trade. In any case, Blackie and the others still needed a long time before they could return to White River City. Since Shifeng had nothing better to do, he might as well grind the boss at the Flame God's Cave. After all, his current strength was too weak right now. He could complete neither the epic quest, Darkness Descends, nor the unique quest, Demon's Heart. Moreover, there were plenty of important quests in White River City that required a team to carry out. This was the tragedy that befell all solo players. Hence, grinding bosses was the best option available for Shifeng at the moment. Most importantly, the Flame God's Cave was a valuable location specialized in dropping forging designs. These forging designs had made that ranger into a rich man, and he had earned over 600 gold coins from all the forging designs he sold, becoming the envy of countless players. Soon after, Shifeng hurried towards the teleportation gate. He paid a fee of 24 silver coins and teleported to Red Flame Fortress, the nearest teleportation point to the Flame God's Cave. Chapter 200 Flame God's Cave. Red Flame Fortress was located in the middle of the scorching hot canyon. A large volcano loomed behind it. The terrain around this region was extremely hot all year round, and the air was similarly parched and blistering. A gust of wind here was like a wave of heat, and one wouldn't feel a hint of relief from it. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment of the canyon consisted of only scorched, barren earth and mountains. All around, web-like cracks decorated the ground. Just this sight would cause one to lose their appetite. As this was a virtual environment, players could fully experience the scorching heat. Being parched and drenched in sweat were only minor inconveniences, but one's vision blurring? That was a bigger problem. Moreover, battling in such an environment was extremely taxing to a player's stamina. Due to such a brutal environment, many players did not like grinding or questing here. Moreover, the scorching hot canyon wasn't the only level 20 to level 25 map. There were more than 20 such maps within the White River City region. The millions of players within the White River City region could simply choose any one of these other locations to grind and do quests. For example, the cooling lakeside, the shady forest, and such were all good locations. There was no need for them to torture themselves by coming to the scorching hot canyon. For Shifeng, however, such a brutal environment did not affect him much. In addition to having activated the hidden passive skill, Basic Body Strengthening, Shifeng also had 20 points of fire resistance. As a result, the high temperature of the scorching hot canyon did not have any effect on Shifeng. Shifeng would not greatly exhaust his stamina by fighting in this hot environment either. Moreover, the majority of the monsters in the scorching hot canyon dealt fire-type damage, so this place was suitable for players like Shifeng, who had high fire resistance, to level. Shifeng's leveling efficiency would increase by at least 20% compared to leveling up at other maps. In God's domain, nature's power was very strong. If players wanted to level up quickly, they needed to overcome many of such natural environments. As players progressed down their paths in God's domain, the importance of resistances would also increase. This was why Shifeng grew excited when he learned that the Ice Blue Devil Flame increased both his fire resistance and ice resistance. After arriving at the Flame Red Fortress, Shifeng opened the system map. Confirming the location of the Flame God's Cave, Shifeng advanced towards it along a red dirt road. Although there were plenty of level 20 and higher monsters, such as the Fire Raging Bull and Violet Flame Wolf, along the way to the Flame God's Cave, Shifeng walked on the official road. There were normally high-level NPCs patrolling the official roads, and these NPCs were usually 15 levels higher than the map they occupied. Moreover, they patrolled in small parties rather than individually. If there were any foolish monsters that dared come close to the official road, these level 40 NPCs would immediately dispatch the offending beast. The moment they came within a 40-yard distance to the official road, the patrolling NPCs would discover these monsters and turn them into soup. Hence, all the surrounding monsters did not dare come within 40 yards of the official road at all, allowing players to travel safely through it. Around half an hour later, Shifeng finally arrived at the Flame God's Cave. The Flame God's Cave was situated close to a volcano at the outer edges of the scorching hot canyon. Plenty of elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses resided within the cave. However, even when players discovered this location, they would normally choose to turn around and leave as the monsters here were simply too strong. If monsters had not chased that party, they would not have run to the Flame God's Cave, incidentally discovering the ranger's secret of grinding bosses and elite monsters. However, only Shifeng knew of this secret right now. The monsters in the Flame God's Cave were all level 25, and generally, only players who had reached level 20 would grind here. However, Shifeng's equipment had the ignore levels attribute, so he could barely grind here as well, though with much lower efficiency. Regardless, he would still be grinding level 25 monsters. Even if his speed were slower than a level 20 player, his gains would still be much greater compared to grinding level 14 monsters. As for why the monsters in the Flame God's Cave were so amazing, it was mainly because of the extraordinarily high damage of their fire-type attacks. Even if it were only a level 25 common monster, it could still kill an MT of the same level with just 2 or 3 moves. Not to mention, the monsters in the Flame God's Cave all lived in groups, and one would usually meet 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Even an MT with top-tier equipment could not handle so many monsters at once. There was also a large amount of elite and special elite monsters here. They could practically one-shot an MT of the same level. Hence, even when players knew about the Flame God's Cave, there was still nobody daring enough to grind at this place. However, it was a different story when one had the Flaming Sun Scripture. The Flaming Sun Scripture could grant players a Flaming Sun's Blessing effect. The effect was closely related to the surrounding environment. The denser the fire-type mana present in a location, the greater were its effects. The effect lasted for 2 hours. However, the introduction of the Flaming Sun Scripture did not reveal such an effect, so players in the past couldn't discover its exact purpose. The Flame God's Cave could be considered as one of the locations within Scorching Hot Canyon that had the densest fire-type mana. As a result, the fire-type damage of the monsters inside was extraordinarily high. However, precisely because of this same reason, the Flame God's Cave was also a perfect place for one to use the Flaming Sun Scripture. However, even with the Flaming Sun Scripture, Shifeng needed to be extremely careful while he was here. After all, the Flame God's Cave was a nest for level 25 monsters. With a level gap of 11 levels, these monsters could easily extinguish Shifeng's life with just 2 moves, and Shifeng would not even have the chance to resist before dying. Moreover, Shifeng's level was just too low. These monsters could detect him easily. Hence, he needed to act with extreme caution. The moment Shifeng carefully set foot in the cave, a wave of hot air swept past him from within the cave. Just when Shifeng's 5 senses heightened to their maximum limit, his system communications suddenly rang out. Crap, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Shifeng jumped, taken by surprise. He glanced at the system notification. Fortunately, monsters could not hear the system notifications. In the same way team chat worked, only specified players could hear them, while outsiders would remain unaffected. Flying Dragon? Why is he playing God's Domain as well? Shifeng wrinkled his eyebrows at the sight of the caller ID blinking before him. This Flying Dragon was none other than Shifeng's classmate and the 9th ranked in Jinhai University's fighting competition, Ling Feilong. However, in Shifeng's previous life, Ling Feilong only joined God's Domain long after the game's release. At that time, Shifeng had already become the guild leader of Shadow. For Ling Feilong to join God's Domain in advance, could this be the result of the butterfly effect? Shifeng lowered his head in thought. However, he soon revealed a smirk. In this life, he had not revealed his character's ID to anyone else. As for Blackie, Shifeng had long since told him not to reveal anything. Hence, no one in Jinhai University knew Shifeng was Yifeng. Similarly, nobody else knew that Blackie was Black Cloud in God's domain. Blackie's friends only knew that he was getting by fairly well in the game. "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Shifeng answered the call with a cold and imposing tone as if he were a god looking down on an ant. Ling Feilong immediately felt chills all down his body when he heard Shifeng's voice, followed by immense pressure. He felt like he had just walked out of a cold pool of water. His heartbeat instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. This is Yifeng, the god-ranked expert that caused even Martial Union to submit? His voice alone is already so imposing and threatening. The pressure he gives off is even stronger than Brother Zhang's. It's as expected of a god-ranked expert. No wonder Brother Zhang wanted me to recruit him. Ling Feilong was inwardly shocked, and he grew even more respectful towards Shifeng. Originally, Zhou Yuhu should have been the one to contact the god-ranked expert. However, Zhou Yuhu previously had a falling out with the god-ranked expert, so the responsibility had been pushed onto him, Ling Feilong, instead. Ling Feilong felt that his chance to shine had arrived. As long as he could deal with this matter appropriately and gain the favor of such a god-ranked expert, his position in Shadow would rise quickly in the future. He would surely surpass Zhou Yuhu. After all, Zhou Yuhu had once found conflict with this god-ranked expert. In the future, Zhou Yuhu would certainly have difficulty getting by in Shadow. Before Ling Feilong had personally felt Yifeng's imposing aura, he always thought that nobody could be as strong as Brother Zhang. However, Ling Feilong was now completely certain that, if this god-ranked expert joined Shadow, even Zhang Luowei would have to submit to his strength. Meanwhile, Shadow would similarly fall under the control of this expert. "How are you, expert? I am Shadow's representative, Flying Dragon. We sincerely want to recruit a god-ranked expert like yourself into Shadow. As for the treatment you will receive, please rest assured. We at Shadow will certainly not mistreat you." Ling Feilong's tone was both soft and respectful when he spoke. After all, the god-ranked expert before his eyes right now someone he needed to fawn over desperately in the future. He was truly afraid that this god-ranked expert would immediately disconnect his call. Chapter 201, Scripture's Might. Hearing Ling Feilong attempt to fawn over him and his respectful attitude while doing so, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. The shoe was on the other foot now. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. Judging from Ling Feilong's tone, Shifeng could discern that Ling Feilong intended to ride on his coattails. "If you wish to recruit me, tell me what sort of benefits you plan to offer first," Shifeng calmly asked. "Brother expert, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As long as you join Shadow, you'll immediately become an elder of the guild. Moreover, our guild has a large backing behind us, and we have plenty of funding, so we can temporarily set your annual salary at 1 million credits. In addition, we'll give you 10% of Shadow's shares. I think you should know the value of guild shares, right? As long as Shadow rises to glory in the future, this 10% will far exceed tens of millions of credits. No other guild can offer you this kind of treatment," Ling Feilong explained, very satisfied with himself. His words even moved his own heart. That was 10% of the guild's shares. Right now, all of the guilds out there only offered high annual salaries when recruiting an expert. None of them would willingly hand over a portion of the guild's shares. Along with a guild's growth, the value of its shares would continuously rise. In addition to God's domain's growth potential, if Shadow properly developed as time went on, this 10% could represent billions of credits or more. Hence, all the large guilds would not simply offer their shares, and instead, choose the wise decision of offering a static salary. Who's making this promise? Shifeng was slightly bewildered. He did not think that Shadow would be so decisive in their actions. In Shifeng's previous life, although he was the guild leader of Shadow, he did not possess any shares of the guild. However, Shifeng had only recently become the guild leader at that time, so he did put too much thought into the matter. In the end, the guild kicked him out. One could say that the shares of a guild were the true proof of one's authority. If Shi Feng had 10% of the guild's shares at that time, Lan Hailong would not have dared to casually expel him from the guild and sever all connections with him. Our guild leader made this promise. Of course, with your strength, the position of guild leader will doubtlessly be yours in the future. Ling Failong unwaveringly started flattering Shi Feng. Oh, very well, Shi Feng calmly laughed. He then, with a tone as cold as ice, arrogantly said, "Return and tell your guild leader this. If you want me to join Shadow, then I want 60% of the guild's shares and the position of guild leader. Otherwise, there's no deal." Finished speaking, Shi Feng disconnected the call. Of course, he only said those words as a joke to toy with Ling Failong. Even if Shadow were willing to hand over 100% of its shares, Shi Feng would still reject the offer without hesitation. He swore that would never again wear the hateful name of Shadow. He simply said those words because he knew that Ling Failong, Zhang Luowei, and Lan Hailong could never truly agree to such a request. After all, with 60% of the guild's shares, Shi Feng would become the head honcho of Shadow. His word would be final. Whether it was Zhang Luowei or Lan Hailong, neither could endure being a subordinate of someone else. Such a domineering tone. No wonder he could force Martial Union, who is even stronger than Shadow, to take a huge loss. Unfortunately, he isn't a broad-minded person. If he had accepted the offer, based on the strength he possessed, he could have easily become the Shadow's true boss in the future if he wanted to. Although Ling Failong admired Shi Feng, he sneered disdainfully as he determined Shi Feng to be a boorish fellow. Yet, without a backer to rely on, it was impossible for Ling Failong to climb further up the ranks of Shadow. Zhang Luowei trusted Zhou Yuhu much more than Ling Failong. Ling Failong was simply an elite member of the guild in Zhang Luowei's eyes. So, it was imperative that Ling Failong looked for a reliable backer. Meanwhile, a boor like Shi Feng couldn't be a better backer. Although 60% of the total shares seemed a little high, if Ling Failong expended a lot of effort, it was not an impossible number to accomplish. It seems that I'll have to rearrange his words before reporting back to Brother Zhang and Brother Lan. At this moment, Shi Feng would have never imagined that his casual remark meant to anger Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei would become Ling Failong's new goal. Inside the Flame God's cave, Shi Feng took out one of the Flaming Sun scriptures from his bag. He then opened the book, reading the incantations inside. All of a sudden, the Flaming Sun scripture ignited, emitting dazzling golden flames. As if the fire-type mana within the Flame God's cave had transformed into soldiers, it all charged towards the golden flame, submitting to it. The golden flame was like an emperor among flames. In reality, it wasn't just the fire-type mana that was affected. Even Shi Feng's ice-blue devil flame felt restless, giving off the notion of submission. Just what kind of flame is it? Shi Feng looked at the bundle of golden flame, his heart filled with curiosity. To cause even the Tier 2 ice-blue devil flame to submit, if this flame had a rank, I wonder what tier it belonged to? It should be at least Tier 3, possibly Tier 4. If Shi Feng could absorb this bundle of golden flame, his strength might rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, this flame was not a mysterious flame, so Shi Feng had no way of absorbing it. After a minute passed, the golden flame sank into Shi Feng's body after it absorbed a sufficient amount of fire-type mana. Instantly, a new status effect appeared on Shi Feng's status bar. Flaming Sun's Blessing. Increases fire resistance by 100 points and reduces damage from fire-type attacks by 90%. All fire-type damage received has a 20% chance to recover an equivalent amount of HP. Damage dealt towards fire-type monsters increased by 100%. Duration of 2 hours. Effective only within the Flame God's cave. In reality, the Flaming Sun scripture's original purpose was simply for the convenience of players when grinding in a hot environment. However, when used inside the Flame God's cave, where the density of fire-type mana was extremely high, its effects increased by many-fold. Hence why the ranger in Shi Feng's previous life was able to solo the elite monsters and chieftain-ranked bosses here. To begin with, Shi Feng already had 20 points of fire resistance. Now that he gained an additional 100 points, normal fire attacks would only be an itch to him. Not to mention, there was also the 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. This increase was just too awesome. With the Flaming Sun's blessing, Shi Feng boldly advanced deeper into the Flame God's Cave. There were multiple pathways in the Flame God's Cave, and it was extremely spacious. Players could easily get lost in the cave. This, however, was not a problem for Shi Feng. The Flame God's Cave was like his own backyard, and very quickly he located a lone level 25 lava hound lying on solidified, blackened lava. Lava Hound, common monster. Level 25. HP 5, 400/5, 400. The Lava Hound was several sizes larger compared to a normal line. Its entire body emitted red flames, its skin was a dark yellow, and it had a pair of large, crimson eyes. Detecting Shi Feng's presence, the Lava Hound abruptly stood. Its blood-red eyes glared at Shi Feng as it let out a low, angry growl. The Lava Hound's sharp claws easily shattered a chunk of charred rock. Just as Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade in Silver Lake, the Lava Hound spat a mouthful of flames at Shi Feng. Without holding anything back, Shi Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, covering his entire body with a deep blue flame. He then charged at the ball of flames head-on. The Lava Hound's attack could originally devour close to half of the HP of an MT of the same level. However, when struck Shi Feng, the attack merely caused around -10 points of damage. The damage the Lava Hound's attack dealt was even less than the attacks of a level 10 common monster. As expected, with 120 points of fire resistance, my resistance has reached extraordinary levels. Finished experimenting with his durability, Shi Feng arrived in front of the Lava Hound and sent a chop slashing at its nape, drawing a pool of piping hot blood. A damage of -345 points appeared above the Lava Hound's head. The damage was barely within Shi Feng's acceptable range. Moreover, due to the Lava Hound being 11 levels higher than himself, Shi Feng's skill proficiency also soared with lightning speed. Every usage netted him 3 proficiency points. Although the Lava Hound was powerful, Shi Feng only needed to take note of its AoE skills like the Flame Breath and Flame Explosion. Without the threat of these powerful skills, Shi Feng only needed to deal with the Lava Hound's sharp claws. With Shi Feng's extraordinary evasive techniques, in addition to his very high agility, he could easily dodge the attacks from the Lava Hound's sharp claws. Before even a minute had passed, Shi Feng had killed the level 25 Lava Hound, the monster leaving behind a flame crystal and several copper coins after it died. System: level 25 Lava Hound killed. Level difference of 11. EXP obtained increased by 1100%. Obtained 16,500 EXP. Chapter 202, Scorching Lamia. Within the brightly lit Flame God's Cave, Shi Feng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The Lava Hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 Lava Hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange. After all, the monsters within the Flame God's Cave had both high attack power and HP but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the Flame God's Cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest, for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet, this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a Guild Mine Certificate and Guild Medicine Garden Certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residence would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residence to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the medicine garden and mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs and/or on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residence, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high-demand product. Even until now, Shi Feng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's Cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's Cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's Cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention, these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Shi Feng continuously killed lone level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's Cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only, more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Shi Feng. It dealt about only -100 damage in total to Shi Feng. As for the lava hound's other skill, Flame Explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius. Without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks, MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the lava hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure-hit skill. Fortunately, Shi Feng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the lava hound's flame explosion. Shi Feng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shi Feng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shi Feng had killed many lava hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so lava hounds he killed. Throughout his journey, Shi Feng had killed over 40 lava hounds and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14. His leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash, and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5, and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8, and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shifeng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the lava hounds Shifeng killed did not drop any equipment. The same went for the forging designs that Shifeng most desired. The core area Shifeng had reached was a large, empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to transverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shifeng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame nagas silently guarding. Occasionally, he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame naga warriors. Compared to the lava hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors, and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga, Elite Rank. Level 25. HP 20000/20000. Flame Naga Warrior, Special Elite. Level 25. HP 50000/50000. Soon after, Shifeng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shifeng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar. That was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren, who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones, giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this Lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful Lamia was the scorching Lamia Sela, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a High Lord rank on this first trip. In Shifeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shifeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a Lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a Lord-ranked boss. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at scorching Lamia Sela's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Shifeng wasn't captivated by Sela's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a High Lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Sela was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain. If Blackie and the others knew Shifeng's current thoughts and appearance, they would definitely curse Shifeng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate Lamia, Shifeng was practically a beast. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast, empty field. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia Sela paid no particular attention to the intruder, Shifeng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Sela dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Sela's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good, long look, Shifeng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Sela, High Lord rank. Level 25. HP 500,000/500,000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia, who bathed in the lava pool, was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Sela. On the other hand, Shifeng had a method of dealing with the Scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the Scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them, bit by bit. Shifeng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters. As Shifeng was only level 14 right now, when faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence, he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga. Be it a snake-type monster or a naga, both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own deaths. Shifeng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Shifeng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a madman. Come, come. Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Shifeng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the Raging Flame Roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 404 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Shifeng. On the contrary, melee combat with the Flame Naga was much more difficult. As the chase continued, although the Flame Naga was fast, Shifeng was not any slower than it either. The moment Shifeng arrived in front of the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Shifeng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the Flame Naga. The Flame Naga was further incensed by Shifeng's blatant provocation, and it too started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Shifeng was not a ranged class, and he could not kite the Flame Naga, melee battle the Flame Naga was simply too dangerous. If Shifeng was slightly careless, the Flame Naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence, Shifeng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the Flame Naga was about to climb the cliff, Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the Flame Naga. Ice fragments scattered, and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The Flame Naga instantly froze. Due to the Flame Naga's fear of the cold, the basic frost grenade managed to deal -300 damage to it. However, the Flame Naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the Flame Naga's immobile body fell. 2 stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the Flame Naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the Flame Naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. It could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Shifeng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the flame naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a flame naga that had zero means of retaliating. Shi Feng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the flame naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of -168 above the monster's head. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the flame naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal -200 damage even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Shi Feng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and Thunder Flame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the flame naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Shi Feng had dealt with a single attack was barely over -200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over -400 damage, the flame naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Shi Feng's skills being capable of causing more than -100 damage to the flame naga, his normal attacks could not deal over -50 damage. Moreover, Shi Feng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attacks. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Shi Feng threw another basic frost grenade at the flame naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the flame naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Shi Feng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the flame naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the flame naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body, and shortly after, its body started trembling. Shi Feng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock. Boom! Countless flying flame blades shot out from the flame naga's body. These flame blades were the beast's scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, flame bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Shi Feng's current HP that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Shi Feng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Shi Feng threw out another frost grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Shi Feng killed the level 25 flame naga with relative ease. The instant the flame naga died, Shi Feng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Shi Feng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar rising by a noticeable chunk showed just how bountiful the EXP the flame naga provided was. The flame naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament, and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Shi Feng's ornament window was still a big, empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank. Equipment requirement, strength 80. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10. Fire resistance plus 3. Can be activated to cast a tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1,000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14, and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip this Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shi Feng did not think that he could equip the pseudo-extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Chapter 204, Battle Prowess of a Tier 1. If he could increase his strength to the standards of a Tier 1 swordsman, he could easily deal with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia. The Scorching Lamia had 500,000 HP, possessing the superior battle recovery of a High Lord-ranked boss. The Scorching Lamia could recover 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. If players did not possess a DPS of 2,000, Sayla was, essentially, invincible. This was one of the reasons even an elite team of hundreds of players could not exhaust a High Lord to death. Not to mention, the Scorching Lamia possessed frightening attacks and overly powerful skills. If players wanted to raid Sayla head-on, it would be no different than seeking their own deaths even with a team of thousands of players. However, it would be a different story if they possessed the Flaming Sun scripture. Previously, before Shifeng obtained the Scorching Heart, he had close to no confidence of successfully soloing the Scorching Lamia. He merely thought of giving it a try. In any case, he would not incur a huge loss. However, he now had some confidence in actually killing Sayla. Although Shifeng had never experienced the might of a pseudo-extraordinary weapon, according to Shifeng's estimates, it should grant him the strength of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Immediately, Shifeng retrieved the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Meteor, from his bag, equipping it on himself. Blazing Meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Attack power, value is set at player's strength 2. Strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Silur. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic-ranked item after gathering epic-ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yifeng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. After equipping it, Shifeng's attributes instantly soared. His strength reached 174 points, while agility reached 206 points. He was only a few attribute points away from being able to equip the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which required 200 points in strength and 120 points in intelligence. With the improvements provided by the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, Shifeng's attack power with throwing weapons increased to 696 points, while his melee attack power with his right and left hand were 444 and 426 respectively. The base damage for his ranged attacks far surpassed his melee attacks. In addition, due to the Blazing Meteor ignoring +8 levels, Shifeng would no longer face any level suppressions, which would greatly reduce his damage when dealing with level 25 monsters. As Shifeng's agility attribute reached 200 points, he once again activated one of the hidden passive skills, Basic Disappearance. The passive skill increased Shifeng's movement speed and attack speed by 20% and greatly decreased his stamina consumption during a battle. When he tread water, he could travel a distance of 10 yards with a single leap. His evasion also increased by 10%. With such a boost, Shifeng's confidence increased once more. I can start clearing the place now. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the distant elites and special elites. Since his ranged attacks were more impressive than his melee attacks now, he would naturally avoid using his previous, inefficient battle techniques. He could simply copy the ranger in his previous life, using the basic kiting method to kill these Naga. That way, not only would the battle be swift, but he could also guarantee his own safety. At a spot 43 yards away, 2 level 25 elite flame Naga and 1 special elite flame Naga warrior currently conversed with each other in soft tones. None of them had noticed Shi Feng's presence. In contrast, Shi Feng, currently covered in deep blue flames, retrieved the flame-red, thin, needle-like blazing meteor from his waist. He aimed the blazing meteor at the flame Naga warrior standing between the other 2 flame Naga, initiating his attack. Shio! The blazing meteor shot through the air, transforming into a meteor and instantly piercing the flame Naga warrior's forehead. Simultaneously, the ignore target's defense effect and quadruple phantom effect both triggered upon impact. Before that flame Naga warrior could even manage a scream, -1526, -758, -758, -758, -758 appeared above its head. Even Shi Feng dared not believe his own eyes right now. Although he had the support of the Flaming Sun scripture, the might of this single attack was still too powerful. A single, normal attack had destroyed over 4,500 HP from the Flame Naga warrior, which was close to 1/10 of the special elite monster's total HP. Shi Feng only needed to repeat this attack 11 more times to kill a level 25 special elite. In the entire God's domain, aside from Shi Feng, there might not be a second person capable of carrying out such a feat. Replying to Shi Feng's brutal attack, the 3 Naga released angry roars. They revealed sinister expressions as they charged towards Shi Feng, gradually splitting from the main force of the Naga. When the distance between the 3 Naga and Shi Feng had shortened 20 yards, Shi Feng threw a basic frost grenade at them. The 3 Naga immediately froze in place, damages of -300 appearing above their heads. Holding nothing back, Shi Feng threw the blazing meteor at the 3 Naga relentlessly. The blazing meteor's effects constantly triggered, each attack dealing over -1,000 damage, while the occasional critical hit dealt over -2,000 damage. The 3 Naga were helpless. They could only attack Shi Feng using fire-type spells. However, Shi Feng always managed to predict the location of their attacks, so he could dodge the attacks beforehand, never letting any of the spells land on him. Before even 2 minutes had passed, the 2 elite and 1 special elite monster died. They contributed a large amount of EXP and multiple flame crystals to Shi Feng. Possibly due to the Shadow's Blessings effect, the special elite Naga even dropped a level 22 mysterious iron-ranked plate armor. Afterwards, Shi Feng repeated this process of luring and killing the elite and special elite Naga. Although the process was mind-bogglingly boring, the fatigue on his spirit lessened greatly when Shi Feng thought about the flame crystals and the various level 20 to level 25 equipment he could obtain. Unknowingly, more than 4 hours had passed. Shi Feng had cleared out practically all of the Naga present in this lava field. Shi Feng had also risen to level 15, and he was only a tad bit away from level 16. While Shi Feng rested, he opened the ranking list for White River City. Right now, the first place on the ranking list was occupied by a level 13 player. Shi Feng could not help his shock at this sight. How could there be someone leveling so quickly? Not much time had passed since players outside of Shi Feng's team had entered White River City. Logically, it would already be amazing for players to reach level 11. Yet, there was actually someone that had reached level 13? Was this person hunting monsters of a higher level as well? Shi Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the name of this first-ranked player, Lone Tyrant. Who is this person? How come I've never heard this name before? Meanwhile, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, occupied the second place on the ranking list. She was level 12 right now. Following closely, another level 12 player possessed the third rank. And level 12 players occupied the remaining top 10 ranks. This situation confounded Shi Feng. This leveling speed far surpassed his expectations. Could this be due to the butterfly effect? Shi Feng wondered. Although players' leveling speed would indeed increase after entering White River City, it shouldn't increase to such a degree. Meanwhile, the 11th to 50th ranked players on the ranking list were all level 11. Reaching this level was still reasonable. If these players were all level 12 or 13, Shifeng would truly be speechless. Although the first-ranked player had already reached level 13, that player could not even reach Shifeng's shadow. If other players discovered this fact, they would definitely be shocked. After Shifeng reached level 15, he had placed all his free attribute points into intelligence. He had done so to meet the requirements of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath as soon as possible. However, the points he added were only a drop in the bucket. It should be about time to deal with you now. After recovering to perfect condition, Shifeng abruptly stood. He looked at the scorching Lamia still lounging in the pool of lava, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 205, Queen's Rage. Just when Shifeng contemplated raiding the delicate and weak-looking scorching Lamia, the entire White River City region flew into an uproar. The cause was no other than the White River City region's ranking list. A level 13 player actually held the first place. What is this? I've only managed to reach level 10 and enter White River City after much difficulty, yet there is already a level 13 player? What did this bastard eat growing up? I know, right? That lone tyrant fellow previously ranked in the 10s, but he had suddenly shot up to first place, surpassing even the snow goddess. Lone Tyrant is from a guild called Dark Star. Isn't that a third-rate guild? How could they be so strong as to surpass the snow goddess? The official forums were already in a fiery uproar over this matter, and the previous issue relating to Shifeng had become forgotten history. Inside the level 10, 10-man team dungeon, the Dark Crow Cave. A black-feathered crow with a 6-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground, a pile of items sitting by its side. Among these items, there were pieces of level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. There were even 2 secret silver-ranked items and a large number of rare materials. Meanwhile, standing beside this black-feathered crow was a fairy. This fairy possessed skin as white as snow and an appearance that could charm any mortal man. Her body was the very definition of absolute perfection. However, this fairy's eyes possessed a penetrating gaze with a boundless and intimidating chill. This woman who seemed to transcend mortal men was none other than Gentle Snow. System: Ouroboros has cleared the hard mode of Black Crow Cave, rewarding 300 guild reputation. Snow: someone's reached level 13 already. They're a lot faster than we are. Why don't we stop dungeon diving and resume leveling up? Possessing a similarly devilish body, Zhao Yueru pouted as she spoke, displeased. After going to a level 12 monster area while they were only level 9, they quickly discovered that they could constantly improve their battle prowess. Although it was extremely difficult to kill those monsters, in the beginning, they rose swiftly after experiencing many near-death situations and long periods of research and self-reflection. With their battle techniques having greatly improved, they felt that killing monsters 3 levels higher was no longer just a pipe dream. They also felt that they could achieve the feats Shifeng had displayed in the past, similarly obtaining an effortless victory over a great number of players. After arriving at White River City, they immediately picked up the daily reputation quests. They then looked for an extremely good leveling spot, grinding there for a period. However, due to their equipment being slightly outdated, they decided to raid a dungeon to upgrade their equipment, making preparations to obtain the first clear of one of the level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Otherwise, a player from a measly third-rate guild wouldn't have surpassed them. Ignore him. Compared to levels, the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon is far more important. Moreover, after exceeding level 15, it won't matter, even if we manage to clear the hell mode of a level 10 large-scale team dungeon. Our equipment should be close to ready now, so let's start with obtaining the first clear of a level 10 party dungeon. When Gentle Snow noticed Lone Tyrant's name occupying the first position on the ranking list, a calm smile appeared on her pure and untainted complexion. Gentle Snow's team members revealed excited smiles when faced with Gentle Snow's decision. They could finally display their prowess for all to see. After all, they had all been experts in the past virtual reality games. Throughout this period, they had constantly strived and battled against high-level monsters. During their breaks, they would research the videos of experts, especially Shifeng's battle footage. Although the video was short, it held great significance. The more they studied Shifeng's battle, the more shocked they became. Unknowingly, their own battle techniques also began to improve madly. To put it another way, they had started to familiarize themselves with the realistic battle methods of God's domain. Simultaneously, they had also grasped a hold of their body's true strength. The hard mode of a team dungeon could not fully sate their thirst for growth. It was especially true after they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary condition. Right now, only Hell mode could truly excite them. Just like when they were in the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, they wished to experience the feeling of having every single cell within their bodies tremble. In the past, they believed that their trembling represented fear. In reality, however, that trembling resulted from the excitement that grew in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other large guilds were similarly shocked by the sudden appearance of Lone Tyrant but quickly dismissed this matter from their minds. The average players, however, were astonished. This incident had allowed the apex third-rate guild, Dark Star, to firmly establish a foothold in White River City. Even the second-rate guild, the Assassin's Alliance, was a step behind them. None of the top 10 players on the ranking list belonged to the Assassin's Alliance. Contrary to expectations, the Assassin's Alliance had 3 members ranked within the top 30. One of them was the guild leader, ranking 18th. The second person was Stabbing Heart, who ranked 26th. Finally, the Assassin's Alliance's top elementalist ranked at 29th. Yet, to the majority of the players within the White River City region, having such a rank was no different than having no rank at all. The fame of having such a rank was worlds apart from that of being in first place. Flame God's Cave. At this moment, Shifeng had lured the level 25 High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia to a corner absent of any lava. Half of the Sayla's amazing prowess relied on the presence of lava. Hence, by luring her away from the lava, the raid difficulty of the Scorching Lamia instantly reduced by half. However, even with such a reduction, Sayla was still a High Lord ranked boss. She was not something average players could afford to provoke. Kneel before me and receive your punishment of flames. The Scorching Lamia's finger trembled, and suddenly, a whip of flames appeared from her finger. She then abruptly cracked her whip towards Shifeng's skull. The flame whip transformed into a streak of flowing light as it swung towards Shifeng's cranium. Queen's Whip. This was the melee skill that the Scorching Lamia often used. If an MT of the same level did not possess the Flaming Sun's blessing, this single whip could instantly kill him. In addition, this skill was a wide-range AoE skill, and it had a maximum attack range of 25 yards. If players wished to use the advantage of numbers to deal with the Scorching Lamia, they would quickly find themselves cremated by her whip. After all, even an MT could not block this attack, let alone the other fragile classes. Faced with the incoming flame whip, Shifeng sprung himself into the air and threw himself to the ground. Although he easily avoided the flame whip, the whip's flaming trail still singed Shifeng, dealing slightly over -70 damage. However, Shifeng took this chance to pull quite a distance away from the Sayla. He then jumped and twisted his body in the air, throwing the blazing meteor at the Scorching Lamia. A red glow shot forth, accurately piercing the left arm that the Scorching Lamia was about to lift. The attack activated the rarely seen Burning Flames effect, immediately causing -754 damage and inflicting a negative status effect that caused -400 flame damage per second for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the attack also interrupted the rhythm of the Scorching Lamia's next attack. Despicable human! I will capture you and make you my pet! Rage surfaced on the Sayla's beautiful face. Immediately, she swung her tail with all her might. Her speed abruptly soared, instantly shortening the distance between Shifeng and herself. Almost, Shifeng took a look at the surrounding environment, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the Scorching Lamia, throwing a basic frost grenade at her. Hard, iron-like rocks surrounded their current location, Not a single drop of lava was visible. This terrain would greatly limit the Scorching Lamia's most powerful skill, Queen's Rage. This skill allowed her to command the surrounding lava, transforming it into a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Even if Shi Feng had 123 points of fire resistance, he still couldn't endure this fierce move. The Queen's Rage was the Scorching Lamia's ultimate team wipe skill. Aside from the Queen's Rage, Shi Feng also needed to be careful of the arrows from the Scorching Snake Lady's bow, as this attack caused a combination of physical and flame damage. The Flaming Sun's blessing did not provide any physical damage reduction. Hence, Shi Feng could, at most, take 2 hits from her arrows before saying goodbye to his life. Hence, he needed to treat them with care. Chapter 206, High Lord Ranked Battle. Due to the Frost Grenade's effects, a layer of snow covered the black, charred land. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia's tail had frozen to the ground. Her motions halted as a result. A hint of fury surfaced on her beautiful countenance. She raised her right hand, pointing a finger at Shi Feng. Immediately, a large gathering of violent fire-type mana collected at her tender, jade-like finger. This was one of Sayla's skills, Flame Burst. Flame Burst had a 2-second cast time, and it was a continuous attack skill that caused extremely high fire-type damage to the target. It could practically instant-kill a top-tier MT with full HP, and even if that MT possessed the Flaming Sun's blessing, he would still receive a ton of damage. Watching the flames gathering at the Scorching Lamia's fingertip grow more violent, Shi Feng immediately activated Defensive Blade. His eyes focused on the ferocious flames, and the instant she launched her attack, Shi Feng simultaneously attacked with the Blazing Meteor. He intended to interrupt, or at least delay, the Scorching Lamia's assault. In God's domain, players could dodge spell attacks. However, they needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the attack. Otherwise, whether dodging a second too late or too early, the attack might land on its target. As casting spells would provide the caster with a lagging advantage, the caster could gain a clear grasp of their target's movements before launching their attacks. If players dodged before the spell released, they would become an easier target. Hence, the best time to dodge a spell was the moment the spell was released. However, once a spell discharged, it would travel to its target with blinding speed, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Of course, if players had very fast movement speeds, they could utilize that speed to their advantage, preventing the enemy caster from getting a firm lock on them. When faced with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia, however, it was beneficial to have such thoughts. Shi Feng sent attack after attack with the Blazing Meteor, causing a series of damages of -743, -1502, -751, and -749. Although the damages looked awesome at first glance, to Sayla's 500,000 HP, they were just a drop in the bucket. The Scorching Lamia also had a frightening battle recovery, so in reality, Shi Feng did not cause any significant damage to her at all. However, as he had triggered the knockback effect of the Blazing Meteor, Shi Feng managed to interrupt the casting time of the Scorching Lamia's Flame Burst. "I will burn your soul with the flames of God." The Scorching Lamia's smile was imposing. At this moment, the tip of her jade-like finger suddenly shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. The temperature within the cave also increased by several folds. The light on Sayla's finger was like a miniature sun. Suddenly, streak after streak of searing, white flames shot out from the Scorching Lamia's fingertip. One streak after another, the flames bombarded Shi Feng like a heavy machine gun. The instant Sayla launched her flames, Shi Feng used his evasive maneuvers. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, one of the flames struck him, robbing the defensive blade of one of its limited charges. Although the first streak hit its target, Shi Feng dodged both the second and third. The flames scraped past Shi Feng's clothes, striking the rock wall behind him. Boom! Boom! The wall, which was normally as hard as steel, was as soft as water when struck by the white flames. Not to mention easily piercing through the rock wall, the flames even formed a 1-meter wide and 10-meter deep tunnel into the rock wall. What was even more shocking was that the tunnel seemed polished. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and sparkling, giving it a metallic sheen. This was the result of those molten white flames. If Shi Feng had not used the defensive blade to block that attack, he would have evaporated out of existence. Although this was not the first time Shi Feng had encountered this attack, he would still feel his heart skip a beat each time he witnessed this frightening power. This was the strength of a High Lord. A battle with a High Lord-ranked boss was no ordinary battle. Instead, it was a superhuman battle that could cause the destruction and reformation of the surrounding terrain. When the bombardment ended, Shi Feng had exhausted the remaining charges on the defensive blade. However, the scorching Lamia had halted her steps for quite a while now. Due to Shi Feng constantly throwing frost grenades at her, Sayla could only take out her bow and attacked with her fire arrows. Compared to the flame burst, these fire arrows were much easier to dodge. Shi Feng managed to attack with the blazing meteor while simultaneously dodging the fire arrows, steadily depleting the scorching Lamia's HP. However, Sayla was no fool. She too knew how to dodge. Only, due to her frozen body, very rarely did she manage to dodge or block against an attack. 98%, 95%, 93%, 91%. Over an hour had passed, and Shi Feng didn't even know how many times he had thrown the blazing meteor. In the meantime, the scorching Lamia's HP gradually decreased, finally reaching 80%. During this time, the scorching Lamia had cast up to 9 flame bursts and queen's whips, but Shi Feng defended against all of them with either defensive blade or parry. At one point, a flame burst nearly killed Shi Feng. Fortunately, he quickly used an intermediate recovery potion, replenishing much of his missing HP. Although constantly attacking and dodging made the battle seem tedious, it would still be extremely worthwhile if such a tedious task allowed Shi Feng to kill a High Lord-ranked boss. A High Lord-ranked boss's drops were normally bountiful, and at the very minimum, it would drop a fine gold-ranked item. There was even the possibility of dropping several dark gold-ranked items. Fine gold rank or dark gold rank, players at this stage of the game could only dream of possessing either. Not to mention, before Shi Feng had even reached level 25, he already had a reliable source for level 25 equipment. After landing attack after attack on the scorching Lamia, the burning flames effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing Sayla to lose 2000 HP per second. The damage was just right to combat the scorching Lamia's battle recovery. Suddenly, the scorching Lamia's HP started rapidly decreasing. After another 2 hours, the scorching Lamia's HP fell to 23%. If Shi Feng continued with this pace, the battle would conclude in, at most, 1 hour. At that thought, Shi Feng's hands moved faster as he further increased his attack rate. At this moment, Shi Feng's system communications suddenly rang. The caller was Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. By now, Shi Feng had already gotten used to dodging Sayla's attacks after repeating the process so many times. Since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the call. "Brother Yifeng, I wonder if I can request your help on a matter?" Stabbing Heart spoke without adding any unnecessary flattery, getting right to the point. However, he immediately felt surprised by his own actions in suddenly seeking Shi Feng's help. After all, an expert's time was extremely valuable. Not to mention, the competition in White River City right now was far more intense than the competition in Red Leaf City in the past. After all, when all was said and done, Red Leaf Town only had a player base 20,000 to 30,000 in the past. Meanwhile, White River City had over 1 million players right now. Adding to the fact that plenty of experts had gathered at White River City, the intensity of the competition there had increased by several times. "Help? I wonder what Brother Stabbing Heart needs me to do?" Shi Feng asked. "It's like this. I wish to invite you to raid a team dungeon with us. If we have the help of an expert like Brother Yifeng, we will have a very high possibility of clearing the dungeon." Stabbing Heart was clearly embarrassed for asking. "Which team dungeon is it? Don't tell me that you're looking at one of the 3 level 10 large-scale dungeons?" Shi Feng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Stabbing Heart would look to him for help with a dungeon. Regarding the 3 large-scale dungeons, Shi Feng had no intentions of involving himself with them. After all, it would have a huge impact on the course of history. His first clear of Dark Moon Graveyard had already affected the progression of history. If he helped the Assassins' Alliance obtain the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, God knew if something out of his control would happen in the future. Large-scale team dungeons were worlds apart from normal team dungeons. Their difficulty was directly increased by 2 to 3 levels. Even if Shi Feng gave his help with the current state of the Assassins' Alliance, they could not even clear the normal mode of the dungeon. Chapter 207, Killing the Queen. Shi Feng did not want this timeline to develop out of his control. If Stabbing Heart really wanted to raid one of the 3 great dungeons, he could only sternly refuse. Stabbing Heart shook his head, faintly exclaiming, "It isn't one of the 3 great dungeons. It is just one of the 20-man team dungeons, the Beastman Munition Factory. That is a level 10 to level 13 team dungeon, and the equipment dropped there would be of great help to us when we raid the 3 large-scale dungeons. Although we've already cleared the normal mode of that dungeon, the hard mode is simply too difficult. We have been stuck at the first boss all this time, so we wish to seek your aid." Shi Feng's heart was slightly moved when he heard of the words, Beastman Munition Factory. That dungeon did indeed possess a lot of valuable items, especially the basic fire resistance potion recipe and the level 10 swordsman set equipment, wind extinguisher. It would not be a bad idea to make a trip there for these items. "Fine, but I have a demand," Shi Feng said. "Brother Yi Feng, there is no need to hold back." Stabbing Heart released a sigh of relief after hearing Shi Feng's agreement. He was deeply afraid that Shi Feng would refuse. "I want all the recipes and forging designs we obtain from the dungeon. In addition, I want priority over all swordsman equipment. If you can agree to these conditions, I will have no problem offering my assistance." Shi Feng listed his demands. Stabbing Heart carefully considered Shi Feng's words. If he were the one leading the team this time, he wouldn't hesitate to agree to Shi Feng's demands. However, the leader of the team this time was the guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance, Cruel Sword. So, Stabbing Heart had no authority to make this decision. "Brother Yi Feng, I have to consult with the guild leader about this matter. Can I give you a reply sometime later?" Stabbing Heart said with less confidence. "Sure." In any case, Shi Feng was not in a hurry. There was still some time before he could kill the Scorching Lamia. After Stabbing Heart disconnected the call, he immediately went up to the guild leader, Cruel Sword. Cruel Sword was currently a short distance away, clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Based on appearance alone, Cruel Sword looked very young, and his tall and robust body seemed full of energy. In actuality, he was already 39 years old. Normally, he wore a stern expression, and he would always look at others with an intimidating and penetrating gaze. His ferocious appearance was just like that of a warrior about to enter a battlefield. In fact, Cruel Sword was a mercenary in reality. However, he had long since retired from his squad. After his retirement, he joined the then weak Assassins' Alliance, and after enduring over 10 years of hardships, he finally managed to turn the Assassins' Alliance into an apex second-rate guild, gaining plenty of support and sponsors from large corporations. "How did your negotiations with him go?" Cruel Sword turned his head and glanced at Stabbing Heart, asking sternly. Previously, the Assassins' Alliance had been stuck at the first boss of the hard-mode Beastman Munition Factory. Hence, Stabbing Heart suggested recruiting a god-ranked expert to help them. However, Cruel Sword felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. What god-ranked expert? Everyone's just blindly overestimating him. If it weren't for the fact that Stabbing Heart had performed extremely well in recent days and been promoted to an elder of the guild, Cruel Sword would not have let Stabbing Heart contact Shi Feng at all. He agrees to come, but he has a demand. He wants all of the swordsman equipment and the forging designs and recipes that drop. Stabbing Heart carefully said, "However, I feel that Yi Feng is worth this price." After all, even the snow goddess greatly valued his performance. After listening to these words, Cruel Sword's coarse eyebrows furrowed. He clearly felt dissatisfied about Shifeng's demands. Boss Cruel Sword Yifeng is truly powerful. Without Shifeng, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, might not have even obtained the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard, Stabbing Heart hurriedly says. Gentle Snow, is it? Cruel Sword's resolve slightly wavered after hearing this name. Just half an hour ago, Gentle Snow had shocked all players throughout the entire White River City region, Cruel Blade included. Gentle Snow had taken down the first clear of 4 level 10 party dungeons and 2 level 10 small-scale team dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't the first clear of hard mode, but the first clear of hell mode. Simultaneously, her achievements signified the gap between her and the other guilds growing even larger. Moreover, Cruel Sword received information that Gentle Snow had already begun raiding the hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. If Gentle Snow really succeeded, she would no longer occupy the same playing field as the other guilds within the White River City region. It seems that Yifeng indeed has some capabilities. Since that is the case, agree to his demands. Cruel Sword was very curious about Shifeng now. He wondered if Shifeng was truly as strong as Stabbing Heart described him. In truth, Cruel Sword did not want any outsiders participating in the guild's expedition. However, the Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was becoming more insignificant as time passed. Ignoring the first-rate guild, Ouroboros, even the third-rate guild, Dark Star, would soon surpass them. The severity of this matter further increased due to the sudden appearance of that lone tyrant, who occupied the first position on the ranking list. Dark Star then continued to successfully raid the hard mode of 2 small-scale team dungeons, greatly increasing their fame and surpassing the other guilds. On the other hand, aside from obtaining the first clear of several normal mode dungeons, the Assassin's Alliance had yet to even obtain the first clear of a single hard mode dungeon. Hence, Cruel Sword had personally organized an elite team to raid the Beastman munition factory. He intended to take this chance to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon, increasing the guild's influence in White River City and ending the gossip of Assassin's Alliance's inferiority to Dark Star. Hearing Cruel Sword's command, Stabbing Heart immediately contacted Shifeng, excited. Brother Yifeng, our guild leader has agreed to your demands. I wonder if you can come here immediately? Stabbing Heart asked. At this moment, Shifeng still battled the scorching lamia, so how could he possibly leave now? Making a rough estimate, he said, I still have some matters to attend to right now. I'll need around 2 hours before I can hurry over. All right, then let's meet up at the entrance of the Beastman munition factory in 2 hours. Although Stabbing Heart wanted Shifeng to arrive as soon as possible, Stabbing Heart did not dare insist on the matter since Shifeng had his own matters to attend. After all, it was already stunning that Shifeng would willingly help them out. All right, I'll be there in 2 hours. Shifeng disconnected the call, resuming his barrage of attacks on Selah. Just after the scorching lamia's HP fell below 20%, a change suddenly overcame her previously beautiful appearance. Crimson-red sacred runes suddenly appeared on her jade-white skin, releasing a frightening magic power. Moreover, her red gemstone-like eyes released a brilliant white light. Immediately, the flame god's cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and very quickly, these cracks widened into large fissures that spewed molten magma. The lava formed a river as it moved and spread throughout the ground. This was the scorching lamia's strongest skill. Queen's Rage. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since lured Selah to this location. Otherwise, the lava that spewed from the ground would not be limited to a single river. It would form a great ocean that could instantly turn tens of thousands of players into ashes, becoming fertilizer for this great piece of land. Immediately, Shifeng activated gravity liberation. He jumped up into the air, and like a cannonball, he shot forth towards a rock wall some 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the incoming surge of lava. Approximately half a minute passed before the lava fully receded. However, the land was still dyed a crimson red, releasing piping hot steam into the air and the surrounding environment. If an average player set foot on this land, They would lose at least 500 HP every second in the best-case scenarios. However, Shifeng was different. He had 123 points in fire resistance, so he could completely ignore the ground's high temperature. After he landed, he immediately resumed his attacks on the scorching lamia. It was extremely exhausting for Sayla to cast Queen's Rage. So, after using the skill, she would enter a period of weakness. During this period, she would not have any attack power remaining, and it was the best time for Shifeng to kill her. If Shifeng waited for the land to recover its normal state, the scorching lamia would have also recovered from her weakened state. In addition, her HP would also recover to 30% or above. The scorching lamia in a weakened state stood no chance against Shifeng. The blazing meteor caused over -1,500 damage to Sayla with every strike, with the occasional critical hit causing over -3,000 damage. 15%, 16%, 14%, 12%. By the time the scorching lamia had broken away from her weakened state, she only had 10% of her HP remaining. In the end, the scorching lamia entered a berserk state, and her damage increased by several folds. However, with Shifeng's frost grenades controlling her movements from beginning to end, Sayla could not display her frightening might in melee combat at all. After another 10 minutes or so, the scorching lamia released a blood-curdling scream as her body fell to the ground. Instantly, Shifeng's level increased by 1, reaching 17% of level 16. The bountiful EXP even shocked Shifeng. Shifeng then heard the sound of an explosion, and a large amount of flame crystals, equipment, and items appeared in place of the scorching lamia's body. Chapter 208, Beastman Munition Factory. It really is great to have the Shadow's blessing. Shifeng's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the shining loot scattered across the ground. It was the first time he truly felt fortunate about the 3 points of luck. It seems that I should get more equipment that increases the luck attribute in the future. I can use it specifically when killing bosses. If he obtained jackpots similar to the scorching lamias as well, accumulating wealth would be a very simple task. In God's domain, the term jackpot only applied to boss monsters, since bosses would give out more loot than usual. Normally, the number of items dropped was double or triple the usual amount, and players looked forward to such situations the most. Unfortunately, aside from obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, the chances of a boss dropping a jackpot were abysmally low. Depending on a player's luck attribute, the chances of obtaining a jackpot would also increase. However, Shifeng did not know the exact value each point of luck provided. He only knew that the higher the luck, the greater were the chances of obtaining a jackpot. If Shifeng's luck increased to 10 points, he might obtain another jackpot if he killed a high lord-ranked boss in the future. To players, nothing was more exciting than obtaining even more high-level equipment and items. As this was the Flame God's Cave, the Scorching Lamia's jackpot was extremely valuable. It was much more beneficial than killing 2 to 3 high lord-ranked bosses. This is ridiculous. Just a single Scorching Lamia dropped close to half of my previous harvest of flame crystals. Shifeng was immediately shocked after he collected and arranged all the loot. Previously, he had only obtained a total of 223 flame crystals from killing many level 25 common, elite, and special elite monsters. Yet, the Scorching Lamia gave him 102 crystals. If converted to gold coins, that amount would be worth 15 gold, 30 silvers. Moreover, this was only the price of the flame crystals. Compared to the flame crystals, the equipment and forging designs dropped were much more valuable. Aren't these the flame boots? Shifeng noticed a flame red-colored, delicate pair of boots. There were 3 gorgeous flame crystals embedded into each side, giving the boots a dazzling appearance. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21, agility plus 30, endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame rush. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Just the value of this piece of equipment exceeded 20 gold. In addition, Sayla also dropped a dark gold ranked shield. Light of Day, shield, dark gold rank. Level 25. Equipment requirement, strength 130. Defense plus 665. Block rate, 41%. Defense skill level plus 2. Strength plus 34, agility plus 10, endurance plus 32. Maximum HP plus 15%. Additional passive skill dash. Guardian Heart, reduces incoming damage from the front by 20%. In addition, all damage received reduced by 10%. Not to mention a shield, equipment meant for MTs was usually abnormally expensive. Moreover, the attributes of this shield were extremely beneficial. If sold, its minimum price would be at least 40 gold. Aside from those 2 dark gold ranked items, there were 7 secret silver ranked items. 3 of them were level 25 mage equipment, 2 were level 25 healer equipment, 1 was level 25 leather armor, and the last was a level 25 two-handed axe. Every piece could sell for at least 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, the most precious of them all was the Raging Flames armor forging design. This was also Shifeng's first time seeing this item. Shifeng was immediately stunned when he read the introduction of this forging design. The Raging Flames armor was a level 25 secret silver ranked plate armor. Although its base attributes were ordinary, it was a very valuable item. It specifically catered to MTs when dealing with fire-type monsters. One could say that the Raging Flames armor was the best level 25 secret silver ranked breastplate. If utilized properly, the value of this forging design could exceed 100 gold. However, flame crystals were necessary to craft the Raging Flames armor. In addition, it also needed a rare secret silver ranked ore, resulting in a high manufacturing cost. However, it would be greatly desired once forged. In particular, when it was used in the level 25 large-scale team dungeon, Flame's Nest, it would be frighteningly effective. The Raging Flames breastplate gave 8 points of fire resistance and reduced the user's flame damage received by 20%. No other secret silver equipment could compare to this effect. Aside from the equipment, there was also a flame red-colored skill book. The words, Flame Burst, decorated the cover. This was the same skill the Scorching Lamia had used on Shifeng. Shifeng had personally witnessed this attack and knew full well the frightening might of that skill. Yet, such a skill was unexpectedly a universal skill that any class could learn. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to learn the skill. He then called out the skill interface. Flame Burst. Level 1, requires 100,000 EXP to upgrade to level 2. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 300% damage to the target. Attack count, 4 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Compared to other skills that required skill proficiency to level up, Flame Burst belonged to the special skills category. Instead of skill proficiency, it required EXP to level up. Shifeng greatly admired Sayla's Flame Burst. If he could possess a similar might to the Scorching Lamia when he used the Flame Burst, he needed only a single move to instant kill a player of the same level. Just the thought of achieving such a feat invigorated him. However, the skill level was too low right now. It could not achieve such an effect in all. Since his level was relatively high right now and his leveling speed was also very fast, Shifeng did not feel much heartache towards such a small amount of EXP. Hence, he immediately supplied 100,000 EXP to the skill, upgrading it up to level 2. The Flame Burst's damage increased to 350%, while the attack count remained unchanged. There was also no change to its cooldown. This time, 300,000 EXP was needed to upgrade the skill to level 3. However, Shifeng chose to upgrade it without hesitation. He needed several million EXP just to level up now, so 300,000 was not a significant amount. Instantly, Shifeng fell back down to level 15. The damage of the level 3 Flame Burst increased to 380%, while its attack count increased to 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes 30 seconds. This was a more noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, it now required 800,000 EXP to upgrade to level 4. Yet Shi Feng still chose to upgrade it. The damage of the skill increased to 400%, attack count remained at 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. The skill needed 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 5 this time. Shi Feng similarly upgraded it to level 5 without hesitation. The damage of Flame Burst increased to 420%, attack count increased to 6 times, and cooldown decreased to 3 minutes 30 seconds. As a result of such a huge increase, however, Shi Feng had fallen to level 14. If he wanted to upgrade the skill to level 6, he needed to supply 4 million EXP. Even if he dropped back down to level 0, he could not raise Flame Burst to level 6. It seems that I can only wait until after level 20 before upgrading the Flame Burst again. Shi Feng felt it was unfortunate. However, a level 5 Flame Burst was sufficiently amazing already. It was certainly a very useful trump card. Shi Feng had spent quite a sum of money on his trip to the Flame God's Cave this time. Not to mention using more than 2 stacks of basic frost grenades, he also used the Flaming Sun scripture. However, with such an astonishing harvest, the losses he incurred were negligible. There's still some time left. I'll get some rest before heading to the Beastman munition factory. Shi Feng called out the system clock, discovering that he still had some time before the appointed time. Seizing this chance, he could get some repairs done to his equipment and store his loot into the bank. He would return to the Flame God's Cave again in the future when he had the time. The boss of the Flame God's Cave had a respawn time of 2 days. In other words, Shi Feng would return to the Flame God's Cave to kill its boss once every 2 days. Not only could he level up quickly by doing so, but he could also obtain plenty of high-level equipment. This place was sacred ground for players. It was no wonder the ranger, who was the first person to discover this place, made a huge earning. Outside of the Beastman munition factory, Cruel Blade and the others had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. They currently discussed their strategy to raid the dungeon. During the time they spent waiting for Shi Feng, they challenged the dungeon twice more. However, the end result was still the same. Obtaining the first clear of a hard mode team dungeon was much more difficult than they had imagined. Although they had managed to clear the hard mode of a 10-man team dungeon, some other guild was already a step ahead of them by the time they cleared it. Right now, only the first clears of 20-man hard mode team dungeons were available. However, the hard mode of a 20-man team dungeon was obviously more difficult compared to a 10-man team dungeon. No matter how much thought they put into it, they could not come up with any methods to clear the dungeon. They could only wait for Shi Feng's arrival at the dungeon's entrance. This was also a good chance for the team to get some rest. Although Stabbing Heart had continuously recommended Shi Feng, Cruel Blade did not place much hope in him. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was an apex second-rate guild. Experts were a dime a dozen within the guild. Meanwhile, they had gathered 20 experts to raid the Beastman munition factory, but they still died under the first boss feat. What difference would an additional, independent player with good techniques make? Guild leader, someone's coming, one of the guild's scouting assassins suddenly spoke in the team chat. Chapter 209, Lone Tyrant. Hearing that someone approached, Stabbing Heart thought that it was Shi Feng. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. However, the person walking over was not Shi Feng at all. Moreover, it was not just a single player, but a group of players. This was a 20-man team. The members of this team all wore impressive equipment. Practically all of them wore a mix of bronze and mysterious iron equipment, with the majority being mysterious iron equipment. There were also a few players among them wearing level 10 class-specific set equipment that only dropped from level 10 team dungeons. Although they were only individual pieces at this stage of the game, they were definitely considered top-tier equipment to guilds. The leader of this team was a guardian knight. Judging by appearances, the man looked to be around 25 years of age. There was a nasty smile on the man's face. The man wore a mix of red and white-colored heavy armor and carried a blood-red cross shield and longsword. It can't be, right? That shield warrior has the complete Bloody Brilliance set equipment. That's a level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. The glow from his shield and longsword show that they are both of secret silver rank. How come I have never seen such equipment before? The members of Assassin's Alliance started a quiet discussion when they saw the leading Guardian Knight. The Bloody Brilliance set equipment could only be obtained from level 10 hard mode team dungeons. The fact that this group of newcomers had gathered a full set displayed just how powerful their team was. They seemed to be players from Dark Star. Making a careful observation, Stabbing Heart suddenly discovered that the guild emblem these players donned belonged to that of the guild, Dark Star. He then observed the leading Guardian Knight, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "He's Dark Star's lone tyrant." Cruel Sword's complexion immediately turned grim at these words. Lone Tyrant of Dark Star was currently number 1 on the ranking list. In addition, Dark Star had also managed to obtain the first clear of 2 hard mode dungeons. Due to the contribution of these 2 factors, Dark Star was already like the sun at high noon, and they were currently in their heyday. Cruel Sword did not think that Dark Star would make their move so soon. They were already attempting to raid a 20-man team dungeon. If they really obtained the first clear of a 20-man team dungeon, the Assassin's Alliance would truly be in an embarrassing position in White River City. After all, due to obtaining the luxury guidebook of White River City in advance, the Assassin's Alliance had made ample preparations before entering the city itself. As a result, they enjoyed a flourishing period after they entered White River City. Many players even thought that the Assassin's Alliance had the possibility to surpass the first-rate guilds. Hence, now that Dark Star was on the rise, players would naturally compare the Assassin's Alliance and Dark Star, resulting in the Assassin's Alliance's status in White River City becoming very awkward. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance? What a coincidence! Lone Tyrant laughed as he spoke to Cruel Sword. Unfortunately, you guys have simply wasted your time by coming here, as the first clear of the hard mode Beastman munition factory already belongs to Dark Star. The other members of Dark Star similarly revealed disdainful smiles as they looked at the members of the Assassin's Alliance. Currently, throughout the White River City region, Dark Star's influence surpassed that of the Assassin's Alliance. Moreover, Dark Star had a much shorter history than the Assassin's Alliance. The Assassin's Alliance's current success lay in the fact that they had a long-established history, so the benefits they provided to their guild members were slightly better. However, Dark Star would definitely surpass the Assassin's Alliance in the future. We'll see about that. Cruel Sword ignored Lone Tyrant's provocation, only coldly replying with a single sentence. Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the difficulty of a 20-man hard mode dungeon. It would be meaningless to argue with a little bastard over who would obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. When Lone Tyrant saw that his provocation had failed, he quickly lost interest and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep and low voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Sorry I'm late." The person speaking was precisely Shifeng. As he had to repair his equipment, store his items in the bank, and register more hard stones on the auction house, he had wasted quite a lot of time before coming here. "Brother Yifeng, you're finally here." Stabbing Heart, who was originally enraged due to Lone Tyrant's provocation, immediately cheered up when he noticed Shifeng's arrival. He hurriedly went up and welcomed Shifeng. Meanwhile, this was the first time Cruel Sword had personally met Shifeng. He discovered that Shifeng still used a complete bronze set equipment. Shifeng's level and the quality of his other equipment were also indiscernible. Moreover, looking at Shifeng's age and appearance, he was obviously just an immature youth. He did not possess the sharp temperament of a top-tier expert at all. However, he had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Dark Moon Graveyard with Gentle Snow. Coupling that with the widespread battle footage from before and the fact that Shifeng was the first player to enter White River City, Shifeng should possess some real skills. However, they were not here to fight other players in the dungeon. Although Shifeng had impressive combat capabilities, one could not clear a dungeon by depending on combat capabilities alone. Hence, Cruel Sword did not look favorably upon Shifeng. Haha, what a joke. So even the famous Assassins Alliance has to invite someone to raid a team dungeon. Moreover, you've even invited an independent player. It seems that the Assassins Alliance only amounts to this much. To think that I've always thought of the Assassins Alliance as an actual opponent, I was truly blind. Lone Tyrant looked at Shifeng, then turned to look at Cruel Sword again before involuntarily laughing. Stabbing Heart wanted to flare up in rage, however, he had no counter to Lone Tyrant's words. After all, what he said was true. The other Assassins Alliance members had also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, their hearts harbored dissatisfaction towards Stabbing Heart. They were already disappointed with Stabbing Heart's previous decision of inviting Shifeng, so the humiliating situation now only made it worse. Yet, although they wished they could immediately chase Shifeng away, they dared not voice their opinions. After making fun of the Assassins Alliance, Lone Tyrant's gaze shifted towards Shifeng. Pretending to be surprised, he sneered and said, "And here I thought the Assassins Alliance had invited some amazing person. Isn't this Yi Feng, the first player to enter White River City and the previous first place on the ranking list? I am truly sorry about this. I never imagined that you would be so easy to surpass, so I accidentally snatched away your first position. That's not right? Why can't I find your name within the top 100 of the ranking list? It seems that there is a limit to a person's good luck. Without any real strength, one would quickly be surpassed by others. Isn't that right, little brother Yi Feng?" Although Lone Tyrant could not see Shifeng's current level, he did not think that Shifeng was anything amazing. Otherwise, why would he choose not to display his level? There was only one possibility for such an action, and it was because he was too shameful to show his level. Shifeng was clearly the first player to enter White River City, yet a majority of players surpassed him in levels. So it was very logical that he would choose to hide his level in shame. "Brother Yi Feng, let's just ignore him and enter the dungeon." Afraid that Shifeng would grow angry and leave, Stabbing Heart hurriedly dragged Shifeng away from the players of Dark Star. The players within the White River City region have constantly used the Assassins Alliance as a comparison to Dark Star. Previously, I had felt proud of this matter, but now I can only feel embarrassment. Please don't associate Dark Star with you all anymore in the future. We really can't bear this sort of shame. Lone Tyrant did not care much about an expert who was already past his prime. He shifted his gaze once more to Cruel Sword, mocking him. "An Apex second-rate guild? They aren't even comparable to a third-rate guild. The Assassins Alliance has truly declined. If I were them, I would have long since killed myself to avoid the embarrassment. They have actually allowed a lucky noob to join their team. Did they think that, by doing so, they could obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory? Who are they trying to kid? How could you say such a thing? This is known as birds of a feather flocking together. A trash of a guild would naturally seek out a trash player to aid them. If this situation happened in our guild, we would have long since expelled such noobs from the guild. Allowing such trash to join our team would definitely lower our intelligence and strength." Hey, you've got that wrong. In reality, the Assassins Alliance is so powerful that they are not afraid of having a noob as a team member. They could still clear the hard-mode Beastman munition factory with no problems, even with such a member on their team. This is definitely something Dark Star can't dream of comparing with. The relationship between Dark Star and the Assassins Alliance had long since been similar to that of fire and water. Now that there was such a good opportunity, the members of Dark Star took this chance to ridicule the Assassins Alliance. Immediately, the atmosphere on the Assassins Alliance's side became abnormally depressing. The players from the Assassins Alliance all resentfully glared at Stabbing Heart. Contrary to expectations, however, Stabbing Heart did not feel any heartache due to these hateful gazes. Instead, he felt apologetic to Shifeng. Originally, Dark Star merely directed its ridicule at the Assassins Alliance. Now, even Shifeng had been dragged into this matter. At this moment, Shifeng could no longer stomach this situation. If this situation continued, they would have no chances of raiding the dungeon, and he did not wish to lose the opportunity. After all, he planned to obtain the wind extinguisher set equipment and basic fire resistance potion recipe from this trip. He did not wish to see Dark Star spoil this opportunity. Having no better choice, Shi Feng stood out from the crowd. With pupils as deep as black holes, he gazed at Lone Tyrant. He then calmly said with a smile, "I'm very curious about something. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to?" Chapter 210 Eye-Opener. Shi Feng's words struck Lone Tyrant and the others. Immediately, the atmosphere became incomparably tense. Neither side spoke a single word, and both sides stood on the cusp of lashing out right now. However, nobody intended to make the first move. After all, everyone present understood that, if they took action right now, it would lead to an all-out war between the two guilds. Regardless of who won and who lost in this confrontation, both sides would take heavy losses. Hence, be it Cruel Sword or Lone Tyrant, neither wished for such a situation to occur. As both sides could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. Getting the hard modes first clear ahead of us? With trash like you? Lone Tyrant's complexion abruptly turned cold. With a ridiculing smile, he spoke with contempt, "Good, very good. Let everyone see the truth, then. I really want to see if your strength is as good as that mouth of yours." After he finished speaking, Lone Tyrant led his team into the Beastman munition factory. Moreover, they chose to immediately start with the dungeon's hard mode without warm-up or preparation. They clearly wished to prove to Shi Feng and the Assassin's Alliance just how wide the difference between them was. Why are they trying to act so bold? They will suffer defeat when the time comes. Stabbing Heart curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Without personally experiencing the 20-man hard mode Beastman munition factory, one could not truly gauge the difficulty of the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have sought Shi Feng's help. They had only chosen this method as a last resort. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was in a precarious position right now, and they were in dire need of a breakthrough. Hence, they had to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. That's right. Dark Star is nothing. They'll cry with regret once they enter the dungeon. Guild leader, let's hurry and enter. We must teach those bastards from Dark Star the strength of the Assassin's Alliance. That's right. Guild leader, we must get the first clear this time. The players from the Assassin's Alliance wiped away their depression from before. They all cracked their knuckles as their thirst for battle grew. Shi Feng remained silent as he listened to everyone's enthusiasm with a faint smile on his face. However, due to Shi Feng's actions, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Blade, viewed Shi Feng in a new light. Cruel Blade considered that Shi Feng might not just be all talk. Due to Shi Feng's provocation, the team's originally downcast mood underwent a complete change. Right now, everyone was indignant over the injustice they had received rather than depressed, and they immediately wanted to charge into the dungeon and slaughter the boss within. They wanted to obtain the first clear of the hard mode dungeon, letting the players from Dark Star witness their might. However, Shi Feng did not give much thought to Cruel Sword's renewed opinion of him. After all, he had been a guild leader in his previous life as well. If one wanted to increase the unity of a team, they only needed one thing. They needed an enemy. In fact, Lone Tyrant was already an enemy of the Assassin's Alliance. Shi Feng merely poured some oil on the already burning fire, further raising their fighting spirits. Naturally, high fighting spirits were only a mental boost, and it would not help the Assassin's Alliance to clear the dungeon. If the Assassin's Alliance wanted to clear the hard mode team dungeon, they still needed some other key elements. However, Shi Feng did not reveal this fact. He merely quietly joined the Assassin's Alliance's team, entering the Beast Munition Factory with Cruel Sword and the others. The Beast Munition Factory was a dilapidated weapon manufacturing factory. Hence, the terrain inside the dungeon was not particularly complicated. Players only needed to walk down a single path to reach the boss. There were a total of 3 bosses throughout the dungeon. Although the number was low, each boss was extremely powerful. In 20-man hard mode team dungeons, the bosses were all high chieftain rank. Every one of them had powerful skills, and it was a normal occurrence for these bosses to instant kill an MT. If a team were not familiar with these bosses' skills, failing to grasp the timing of their attacks fully, it would not be strange for a team to team wipe over 10 times. In comparison to these bosses, however, players would have a much easier time clearing the elite monsters within the dungeon. I think that everyone should know what to do by now. However, since this is Brother Yifeng's first time entering this dungeon, I'll give you a short explanation on what you should expect later on. Your task is to go all out, dealing damage, while simultaneously evading the skills of the elite monsters. On another note, the monsters here have very high attack power, and they deal a ton of damage even to the MTs. Moreover, these monsters are immune to crowd control skills. Hence, healers will be under a lot of pressure. They will have no time to heal anyone other than the MT, so you need to be careful not to pull aggro, Cruel Sword explained patiently. Alright, that's it for my explanation. Let's first use the 4 elite monsters guarding at the entrance as practice for our coordination. Finished speaking, Cruel Sword directed 2 of the team's MT to charge at the 4 axe-wielding level 10 elite Beastman warriors. Beastman warrior, elite rank. Level 10. HP 50000/50000. As this was a dungeon, the monsters in here had both their HP and attack power greatly increased. They were much stronger compared to the level 10 elite monsters out in the fields. One of the 2 MTs was a shield warrior, while the other was a guardian knight. Each of them held the 2 monsters aggro. However, when Shifeng saw the damage these 2 MTs dealt to the monsters, he was immediately stunned. A normal attack from the shield warrior only dealt -32 damage to the Beastman warriors. When the shield warrior used heroic strike, he only dealt -66 damage. Meanwhile, the guardian knight fared even worse than the shield warrior. The guardian knight's normal attack only dealt -24 damage, while his divine strike only dealt -51 damage. Both of these MTs were level 10 players, and both of them wielded mysterious iron weapons. Even if it were a one-handed weapon, when faced with an elite monster of the same level, it should not deal such little damage. Thus, Shifeng was shocked by this sight he witnessed. Although the 2 MTs took care to evade the attacks of the monsters, they were very clumsy. As a result, the number of attacks they received exceeded the number of times they dodged. Moreover, each time they received an attack, they needed to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. The only fortunate thing was that the damage they received was not high. They received around -300 damage from each attack. Meanwhile, each MT possessed around 2,400 HP. With 2 monsters attacking each MT simultaneously, each MT received a rough total of -600 damage, a quarter of their total HP. This situation resulted in the healers suffering. However, Shifeng was similarly shocked when he discovered that both MTs possessed around 2,400 HP. What the heck? Isn't their HP a little too high? They both couldn't have only added their free attribute points into endurance, completely ignoring strength and agility, right? However, this was the only explanation that made sense. It explained why, even though both MTs were clearly gaming experts, they required so much effort just to dodge an attack and why their damages were so pitiful. In contrast, a level 10 assassin, who similarly used a one-handed weapon, could deal over -100 damage to an elite monster like the Beastman warrior. They could even deal over -200 damage if they used a skill. The MT's strength was just abysmal. Their agility was similarly too low, preventing them from dodging attacks that they could have clearly evaded. It was obvious that the players of the Assassin's Alliance have yet to adapt to the battle methods of God's domain. They clearly possessed plenty of expert players, yet, they were unable to exhibit their full potential. It was no wonder the Assassin's Alliance became an obscure existence during the early stages of the game. Only after half a year had passed since God's Domain's launch did they gain some achievements. If the Assassin's Alliance battled the boss of the Beastman munition factory like so, Shifeng would be surprised if they didn't team wipe. It was truly a wonder as to how they managed to clear a 10-man hard mode team dungeon. I wish to say something, is that all right? Shifeng looked at Cruel Sword, asking softly. Although the Assassins' Alliance now possessed Lone Tyrant as a great enemy, the members of the team still had negative opinions of Shifeng. They only kept their mouths shut due to his relationship with Stabbing Heart. However, if Shifeng dared push his luck, they would not sit idle. Speak your mind. As long as it benefits the dungeon raid, we will not reject it. Cruel Sword had managed to discern Shifeng's capabilities somewhat. He could somewhat understand why Gentle Snow would take a fancy to Shifeng. After all, Shifeng indeed possessed strength. Can we replace the two MTs? Shifeng asked, holding nothing back. Chapter 211, Brilliant Effect. Although Shifeng's tone was soft, power filled his voice. It caused the female healers nearby to tremble, nearly failing to cast their heals on the two MTs. The two MTs tanking the 4 elite monsters were similarly shocked stiff, receiving a direct hit from the giant steel axes of the Beastman warriors. Damages of over -400 points appeared above both MTs, and the two retreated close to half a dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. The other damage-dealing team members also froze. They all stared at Shifeng with dumbfounded gazes, thinking that their ears had played a trick on them. Replace the MTs? What kind of joke was this? The two players tanking the elite monsters belonged to the top 3 MTs of the guild. Yet, Shifeng wanted to replace them with someone else? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Shifeng's decision would be understandable if the two MTs had made an error while luring the monsters, or lost the monsters' aggro. However, neither of the MTs made such mistakes. So, why should they be replaced? Did they do something wrong? Cruel Sword asked. MTs were the core of a team. A powerful MT could greatly reduce the raiding difficulty of a dungeon. A team should never rashly replace their MTs. Nothing. Shifeng shook his head. Indeed, the two MTs did not make any mistakes up until this point. However, not making any mistakes did not necessarily mean that everything was fine. Capable of holding aggro and taking blows, if this were a normal virtual reality game, there would be no problems if the MTs of a team could perform these two tasks. However, God's domain was different. Just carrying out these tasks was still not enough to secure a victory for the team. Since there are no problems, why should we need to replace the MTs? Cruel Sword wrinkled his eyebrows. The two MTs in question were furious right now, clearly displaying their displeasure. Shifeng was just someone they had invited, yet he dared criticize such powerful MTs like themselves? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Their ability to evade attacks is just too poor. To put it bluntly, they are taking too much damage. When they face a boss, even 4 healers will not be sufficient to keep them alive. Moreover, their damage output is too low. In a boss battle, even 1% of HP could decide victory or defeat. I'm guessing that when you guys faced the first boss of this dungeon, aside from having insufficient damage, your healer's mana ran dry as well. In the end, the result was a complete team wipe, Shifeng said with a smile. Listening to Shifeng's words, the two MTs immediately fell speechless. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Clearly, he had not mentioned the matter of their team wiped to Shifeng before. Yet, Shifeng correctly guessed each detail of their previous encounter. Everything Shifeng had just said was clear and logical, and Cruel Sword agreed that he needed to make some changes. I wonder if Brother Yifeng has any suggestions on how we can improve? What kind of MT do we need? Cruel Sword earnestly sought Shifeng's guidance. The other members of the Assassins' Alliance were no fools, either. They had discerned the meaning behind Shifeng's words. As a result, the dissatisfaction they felt towards Shifeng in their hearts lessened greatly, while respect slightly grew. Each of them perked up, focusing Shifeng's wise opinion. It's very simple. Look for 2 Guardian Knights who have allocated their free attribute points in the ratio of 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 endurance. It would be best if they have learned both Guardian Aura and Power Aura, Shifeng unhurriedly spoke. Unknowingly, Shi Feng had suddenly become the heart of the team. Within moments, Cruel Sword had found 2 guardian knights from his guild that fit Shi Feng's requirements. However, these guardian knights' techniques were not anything impressive, and their equipment was subpar at best. One of them was White Feather, and he only possessed slightly over 1,700 HP. The other guardian knight was called Water Lake, and his HP was just over 1,800 points. Furthermore, the two's defense was lower than the previous MTs by more than 200 points. They were on completely different levels. However, Shi Feng saw nothing amiss after examining the two's equipment. The remaining problem would be their techniques. Shi Feng then continued by explaining to the 2 guardian knights how they should battle the elite monsters and how they should dodge attacks. As for how much of his explanation they actually understood, that would depend on their own comprehensive abilities. Following which, Shi Feng instructed one of the guardian knights to activate Guardian Aura, increasing the defense of the entire team by 20 points. He then instructed the other guardian knight to activate Power Aura, increasing the strength of the entire team by 5 points. Shi Feng also switched his title to Might of 1,000, greatly increasing the attributes of the entire team. As a result, the HP of the 2 guardian knights almost reached the 2,000 HP threshold. The team's jaws dropped when they witnessed the brilliant effect brought about by Shi Feng's Might of 1,000 title. Increasing all attributes by 10%? This was an outstanding weapon for dungeon raiding. Such an increase was the equivalent of raising every team member's equipment by an entire rank. With such a brilliant effect, they had far more confidence in dealing with the bosses of the dungeon. Hence, everyone started clearing the elite monsters with great excitement. When they first started out, everyone still felt skeptical about Shi Feng's decision to replace the 2 MTs. It was simply illogical to replace their previously powerful MTs with weaker ones. However, shortly after the 2 guardian knights began tanking the elite monsters, they immediately discovered that there was a massive difference. Although the Beastman warriors dealt around -450 damage to the 2 guardian knights with each hit, these Beastman warriors only managed to land 1 out of every 3 attacks. In comparison, the previous 2 MTs would receive 2 out of every 3 attacks, taking an additional -150 damage every 3 attacks. With such a glaring difference in damage, the burden on the healers greatly lessened. Moreover, as they faced more battles, the 2 new MTs gradually evaded with better efficiency, taking fewer hits as a result. This had allowed the healers to expend less of their mana, thereby increasing their endurance. By the time they arrived before the first boss of the dungeon, Kar, the healers no longer felt any pressure in healing the 2 guardian knights. They even had time to attend to the other team members. Karur was a large and ferocious beastman. He was twice as large as a normal beastman, and his body was fully covered in steel-like, scarlet muscles. On his back, Karur carried a mammoth magical saber that was as long as he was tall. Meanwhile, Karur himself was a level 12 High Chieftain ranked boss with a whopping 450,000 HP. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you have any ideas of how to best raid this boss? When facing with Karur once again, Cruel Sword's thoughts started growing heavy. After all, Karur had already team-wiped them multiple times. MTs should hold aggro properly, while everyone else should evade Karur's skills. That should be it, I guess. Shi Feng casually spoke after giving the question some thought. Everyone in the team immediately sent contemptful glares at Shi Feng. Wasn't this just a bunch of nonsense? Wasn't that obvious? Alright, MTs, take action. You 2 should take turns tanking the boss. Whoever's HP falls to a critical state should immediately back off and let the other tank. As for everyone else, try to use your attacks to assist the 2 MTs, Shi Feng instructed. Shortly after, the 2 guardian knights charged at Karur. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the hard mode Karur only had 2 moves. One was the Blade Storm. It was a skill that turned Karur into a tornado, causing -600 damage per second to all enemies within a 12-yard distance. The skill had a duration of 20 seconds. The other skill was Avatar Slash. When Karur used this skill, he would immediately vanish from everyone's sight. He would then randomly reappear behind 3 to 5 players, attacking them and causing -500 static damage. Simultaneously, he would inflict players with a damage amplification effect, causing them to take 10% more damage for 2 minutes. To make things worse, this effect stacked. With these two skills at Kuror's disposal, the boss prevented players from turning this raid into a prolonged battle. Otherwise, once the damage amplification effect stacked so many times, Kuror's avatar / could instant-kill any player. At that time, there would be no way for the battle to continue. Hence, there was only one requirement when facing Kuror: resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more difficult it would become. Taking the lead, the Guardian Knight, Waterlake, brandished his sword, sending a punishment at Kuror's head. The attack only caused -126 damage. Compared to the elite monsters from before, Kuror's defense was clearly a notch higher. Moreover, such a small amount of damage was practically negligible in the face of Kuror's massive 450,000 HP. By contrast, as Waterlake failed to dodge Kuror's counterattack, the boss's saber sent him flying. A frightening damage of -1,134 points appeared above Waterlake's head, instantly devouring over half of his total HP. Following which, Whitefeather promptly dashed forward and activated Righteous Fury. He then used Shield of Vengeance to attract Kuror's aggro. The 4 healers on the team did not dare make any mistakes. They immediately cast their heals on Waterlake. +234, +215, +221, +225. A cleric then released an instant cast skill, Recover, on Waterlake. Every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, the target would recover 70 HP simultaneously. A druid also used Life Bloom on Waterlake, recovering 43 HP every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. Immediately, Waterlake's HP recovered to 90%. He then returned to his position on the front lines, coordinating with Whitefeather to tank the boss. Chapter 212, Raiding Kuror. By taking turns attacking Kuror, the 2 Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Kuror's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Waterlake and Whitefeather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now, they could only dodge every other sent at them. Even so, compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Kuror, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healers' mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the 2 Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The 4 healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous 2 MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reached level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10, 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5, 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Waterlake and Whitefeather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, There was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone, start attacking now. Berserkers and swordsmen, assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can, Xianxia commanded. Immediately, a group of players charged forward to give Karur a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karur. -124, -137, -108, -189, -175. One damage after another appeared above Karur's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker, Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a violent strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karur. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the Elementalist, Wuxia. She was the captain of the Assassins Alliance's Elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female Elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 Elementalists within Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players. Originally, Cruel Sword had intended to say to Xianxia, "Look, isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Xianxia charging at Karur, subsequently slashing his sword at Karur, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Xianxia's two casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karur. Immediately after, Xianxia followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2,137 damage to Karur. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1,102 to Karur, as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Xianxia then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder and fire down onto Karur's head. Suddenly, Karur let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder Flame Explosion instantly caused -3,312 damage, and everyone on the team, aside from Xianxia, became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mach, followed by Righteous Punishment, Xianxia might have snagged most, if not all, of Karur's aggro. Stabbing Heart, just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Wuxia's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Wuxia had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Xianxia. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Wuxia naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Xianxia had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around -700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Xianxia could casually deal over -700 damage with a single hit. Right now, he had even dealt over -3,000 damage to a high chieftain ranked boss. Wuxia felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke! Hee hee, isn't this big brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yi Feng's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time. Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, he was the one who had invited Shi Feng to this raid. Now that Shi Feng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram. You're not Yi Feng, what's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1,000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to Brother Yi Feng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shi Feng was a great expert just like Gentle Snow. He and Shi Feng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shi Feng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shi Feng now had none. Shi Feng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shi Feng's swords attacked Kuror, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Kuror's saber, shifting the boss's attack slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Kuror's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shi Feng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yi Feng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yi Feng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shi Feng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shi Feng. With Shi Feng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shi Feng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. Although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods, the competition in God's Domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. Guild leader, are you for real? Mu Qing excitedly asked. Of course, Cruel Sword earnestly replied. Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yi Feng into our guild. Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting towards Shi Feng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yi Feng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Kuror's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Kuror let out an angry bellow. Everyone, get away from the boss. Shi Feng knew that Kuror was about to use Blade Storm. With Shi Feng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Kuror. Shortly after, Kuror started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Kerr's blade storm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly. Following which, the team proceeded to decrease Kerr's HP to 40%. Kerr then started using his avatar slash. Although Kerr only used avatar slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky, chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held on. As one team member after another fell, Kerr's HP also decreased to 10%. Kerr went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30%, and he now had a critical hit effect. White Feather, unfortunately, received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence, he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Water Lake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Kerr still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP. Helpless, Xianxia could only choose to use one of his trump cards, the Flame Burst. During the short 2-second cast time, Kerr had used avatar slash once more, instant-killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Kerr still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining. At this moment, the abyssal blade in Xianxia's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several folds. Xianxia activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Kerr. Lightly jumping up, Xianxia brandished the abyssal blade at Kerr's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Kerr, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Kerr's head. Under this tremendous might, Kerr's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. An indentation in the shape of Kerr immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Kerr was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salute. Kerr is down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Kerr, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Xianxia displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, they could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Xianxia had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the High Chieftain ranked boss. Among them, there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart Jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Xianxia was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Xianxia would have a move like this hidden. Xianxia had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Xianxia. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Xianxia into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu Qing reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Xianxia. Hence, Mu Qing immediately walked up to Xianxia's side, acting excited as she pulled on Xianxia's arm. Big Brother Yifeng, This move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill. Mu Qing eyed Shifeng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze, and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame Burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shifeng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu Qing had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence, he casually gave her the answer. A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting Brother Yifeng to help me grind for one. Mu Qing's excitement withered when she heard Shifeng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously. It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? Let's take a look at the drops, then, Shifeng said with a laugh, looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression. Reminded by Shifeng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Karur, who had just died, was a high chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shifeng's strength. Following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Kerr had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Kerr had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, there was a level 10 Great Shield, a level 10 Longbow for Rangers, a level 10 Breastplate for Berserkers, a level 10 Staff for Healers, and the last piece was a level 10 Breastplate for Swordsmen. The breastplates for Berserkers and Swordsmen in particular were pieces of said equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest. As Shifeng previously had an agreement with the Assassin's Alliance, the Wind Extinguisher breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher breastplate, chest piece, plate armor, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Defense plus 83. Strength plus 7, agility plus 10, endurance plus 6. Restricted to swordsmen. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment, 1/6. 2-piece effect, increase damage by 10%. 4-piece effect, increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%. 6-piece effect, ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silver Moon set equipment. Shifeng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shifeng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silver Moon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Water Lake possessed a level 10 mysterious iron ranked shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Morlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman munition factory. Morlock, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 400,000/400,000. Although Morlock's HP was lower than Karur's, Morlock was, in reality, much harder to deal with than Karur. Unlike Karur, Morlock was an assassin. During battle, Morlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on the Ren line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Morlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Morlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2000 HP, Morlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Morlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players rating Morlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Morlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Morlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Morlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Morlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. If, when Morlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range, these 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healers. Morlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Morlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambushed player were a cloth armor class, then, without question, that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Morlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked towards Shi Feng, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Shi Feng did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed 1 healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Shi Feng started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Morlock. After all, Morlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Morlock's damage. Naturally, it was the same when dealing with Morlock's Killing Feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Morlock, the second boss of the Beastman munition factory, fell. The main reason for Morlock's fall was because Shi Feng was simply too strong. Shi Feng had practically tanked Morlock by himself. Shi Feng was extremely nimble when dodging Morlock's attacks, and Morlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Shi Feng's damage output. With a stable tanker like Shi Feng, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Morlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. Chapter 214, Dungeon Cleared. After Morlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Shi Feng obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards, increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Morlock, a High Chieftain-ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shi Feng had joined their team. Right now, no one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other and had even become pals with Shi Feng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shi Feng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shi Feng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shi Feng gradually grew. Under Shi Feng's casual guidance, many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here, they met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Salu. Dark Warlock Salu, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 500,000/500,000. Elsewhere, while Shifeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Dark Star's lone tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman munition factory, Kerr. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Kerr's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Karor. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Karor, then the Assassin's Alliance, who had poorer quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Karor. At this moment, the team from the Assassin's Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman munition factory, the Assassin's Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Salu's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Salu's most basic attack, Salu was immune to all controlling effects. Salu also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Salu summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Salu, as the self-immolation was an AoE. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Salu would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shifeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the Flame Giants summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Salu would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Salu's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk and their confidence wavered. Ignoring the fact that each of Salu's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1000 damage to everyone else, the Flame Giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a Flame Giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention, there was also Salu's AoE skill, Shadow Wound, that would suddenly cause -800 damage. The Flame Giant itself could cause over -300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the Flame Giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salu's Shadow Wound in addition to the Flame Giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first Flame Giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salu would summon the second Flame Giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 Flame Giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance. With their current equipment and levels, it was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salu head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salu's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salu's rating difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous two bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salu. While everyone was discouraged, why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shifeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shifeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shifeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise. Following which, Shifeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shifeng's plan was simple. He, alone, would kite the summoned flame giants, while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shifeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shifeng's ability to kite the flame giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shifeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shifeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shifeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shifeng's strength. Since Shifeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Shifeng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid then, Shifeng said. A Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the flame giants. With these 2 auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salu. While Salu was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salu's face, causing -181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing -201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salu's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing -800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salu's aggro, Shifeng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salu pointed his staff towards the sky. A large, azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Shifeng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing -621 damage and instantly becoming its main target. Seeing the flame giant charging at him, Shifeng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salu's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Shifeng lured away all of the flame giants Salu summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salu released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. Chapter 215, Basic Fire Resistance Potion. From beginning to end, Shifeng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the Dark Warlock Salu became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything unto death. Seeing Salu fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman munition factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Beastman munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Beastman munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types, hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman munition factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team, determined by the main god system, would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Shifeng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard mode Beastman munition factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team's strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Shifeng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Salu, the final boss monster of the Beastman munition factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Salu was far more bountiful. Salu had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Salu even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for elementalists. Elemental Scepter, Staff, Secret Silver rank. Level 10. Intelligence plus 15, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 10. Increases elemental damage by 5%. Increases casting speed by 10%. Durability 80/80ths. With just a glance, one could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver ranked staff. Cruel Sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Mu Qing. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel Sword's decision because Mu Qing's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present. Following which, Cruel Sword handed the Wind Extinguisher Helmet, Wind Extinguisher Arm Guard, and Basic Fire Resistance Potion recipe to Shifeng. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Shifeng, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place. With this, Shifeng now had 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet, you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this, so please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, if the other guilds discover this matter, They will definitely make mock us for being insincere. Cruel Sword said with a laugh as he looked at Shifeng. Putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver-ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Shifeng was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassin's Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassin's Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Dark Star. Of course, by giving Shifeng 100,000 credits, Cruel Sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Shifeng and the Assassin's Alliance. Cruel Sword still wished to recruit Shifeng into the guild. Shifeng could easily see through Cruel Sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel Sword offered without hesitation. Cruel Sword had no idea that Shifeng did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the wind extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Shifeng. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Shifeng paid the most attention to was the basic fire resistance potion recipe. Basic fire resistance potion. After consumption, increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 flame nest, the value of this basic fire resistance potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a basic fire resistance potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the flame nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Shifeng started looking for a potion maker to craft the basic fire resistance potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Mu Qing walked over to Shifeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, my party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you? After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cool-down period of 3 days. Hence, they needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory again. Standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Mu Qing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing. Although he could tell that Shifeng had no particular interest in Mu Qing, with increased interactions, who was to say would happen in the future? I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving. Shifeng could naturally tell what Mu Qing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, now. Mu Qing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shifeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shifeng's defenses just too high? Chapter 216, Surpassing Imagination. Beastman Munition Factory. Boss, we've already team-wiped 4 times now and have lost 20% of our experience. If we are to continue to die, at this rate, we might not even be a high enough level to enter the dungeon's entrance. Why don't we give up? Alright then, everyone, get some rest. Afterwards, we'll head to a 10-man dungeon to upgrade our equipment. Lone Tyrant currently wore a gloomy expression on his face. They had tried all sorts of methods to raid the High Chieftain-ranked boss, Kerr, yet, ultimately, they still failed due to a lack of damage. Before, he had even made a solemn vow to kill Kerr. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his decision had been slightly rash. Fortunately, the players from the Assassin's Alliance had absolutely no chances of clearing the dungeon. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Just as the members of Dark Star were resting, suddenly, 2 system notifications relating to the Assassin's Alliance rang out beside everyone's ears. In the beginning, the members of Dark Star thought that they had heard wrong. Hence, they quickly called up the announcement interface. The extraordinarily large and clear words proved them wrong. The Assassin's Alliance had indeed obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Immediately, the atmosphere surrounding the members of Dark Star sunk. Why was there such a large difference between their 2 teams? Weren't they supposed to be stronger than the Assassin's Alliance? How could the Assassin's Alliance have already obtained the first clear, while they were still stuck at the first boss? Lone Tyrant felt like he had just been given 2 tight slaps to his face when he looked at these notifications. His cheeks felt as if they were on fire. He felt even worse when he recalled Shifeng's words from before. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to? At this moment, those words were like sharp swords, continuously slashing at Lone Tyrant's pride. Lone Tyrant truly never imagined that such a situation would occur. However, Lone Tyrant was no fool. He did not believe the Assassin's Alliance had relied on only themselves to clear the dungeon. The only possible way they could do so was with Shifeng's help. Just where did this mysterious person come from? In reality, Dark Star wasn't the only one to have been shocked by this piece of news. When the announcement spread throughout the entire White River City region, it had grabbed the attention of many other guilds. The Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was self-evident from the fact that their development speed had surpassed even that of a first-rate guild. However, Dark Star's fame had recently suppressed Assassin's Alliance, adding to the fact that they had not produced any significant results from the team dungeons. Their status in White River City had become slightly awkward. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Beastman munition factory, their fame instantly soared. This allowed the Assassin's Alliance to regain their rightful reputation. From now on, their development speed would definitely be faster than before. White River City's Adventurers Association. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. The Assassin's Alliance has obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Ling Feilong suddenly rushed into Shadow's guild hall, announcing the news with a face filled with excitement. In God's domain, as long as guilds registered themselves at the Adventurers Association, they would be provided a free lounge for their own personal use in the various large cities. Guilds could carry out meetings and rest in this room, and they could also receive quests from the Adventurers Association. Why are you shouting? Who doesn't know of this matter? Zhou Yuhu, who was resting in the corner of the room, rolled his eyes at Ling Feilong. Of course, I know of this. However, there is another hidden truth to this matter. Ling Feilong shot a glance at Zhou Yuhu before shifting his gaze towards the person sitting in the guild leader's seat, Zhang Luowei. A hidden truth. Speak. Ling Feilong's words caused Zhang Luowei, who had previously been indifferent towards this matter, to grow interested. Ling Feilong's previous report about his efforts to recruit Yi Feng had nearly caused Zhang Luowei to lash out in anger. Shi Feng had actually demanded to become the guild leader of Shadow. Did Yi Feng even place him in his eyes? Moreover, he had asked for 60% of the guild's shares. What did he take them for? Did he really think they were fools? Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that Ling Feilong had actually suggested that Zhang Luowei accept Shifeng's conditions. Hence, Zhang Luowei now looked down on Ling Feilong, resulting in Ling Feilong receiving cold treatment within the guild. Brother Zhang, look at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list. Yi Feng is among the names. Ling Feilong called out his system interface, pointing at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list as he spoke excitedly. So, Zhou Yuhu laughed disdainfully. If they really allowed Yi Feng to join Shadow, he would no longer need to remain in the guild. The Assassin's Alliance is a through and through second-rate guild. They were clearly on an expedition to clear the Beastman munition factory, yet, why would they suddenly let an outsider join their team? Previously, for a long time, the Assassin's Alliance could not even obtain a single first clear of a level 10 team dungeon. However, they are now the first ones to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Why is that? This matter definitely has something to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's relationship with the Assassin's Alliance is anything but shallow. Originally, the Assassin's Alliance was only a normal second-rate guild. However, after entering White River City, their development speed suddenly soared like crazy. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. Again, why? Yi Feng was the first person to enter White River City, and the White River City guidebook is also selling like hotcakes now. There is a very high likelihood that Yi Feng sold the guidebook to the Assassin's Alliance in advance, allowing them to make ample preparations beforehand. Hence, after they entered White River City, they developed with flying speeds. Right now, Yi Feng has even helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain a first clear. Regarding fame or background, the Assassin's Alliance now stands at the very top of White River City. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. This is a clear proof of Yi Feng's capabilities. If Yi Feng joins Shadow within a month, we can stand our own ground in White River City. Ling Feilong had made a thorough investigation of Yi Feng, and the more information he uncovered about Yi Feng, the more frightened he became. Yi Feng's accomplishments far surpassed his imagination. This was also the reason Ling Feilong became even more determined to hug a golden leg like Shi Feng. At that time, what would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Don't even think about it. In the future, if you ever dare to mention Yi Feng's name to me again or tell Lan Hailong about this matter, you better be prepared for the consequences. Zhang Luowei's countenance suddenly turned livid. With a tone filled with killing intent, he said, Yi Feng is just a clown, jumping about on the stage. The Assassin's Alliance is an apex second-rate guild with an immense background. Their guild leader, Cruel Sword, is even a long-established expert. He has personally nurtured the Assassin's Alliance to its current status, so it is not unusual for him to produce such results. To begin with, what sort of impact could that Yi Feng even have? In my opinion, that Yi Feng would, at best, take on the role of a bystander. Being reprimanded by Zhang Luowei in such a way, Ling Feilong immediately revealed a fearful expression. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. I definitely won't mention this again in the future. Inwardly, however, Ling Feilong smiled brightly. He was even more assured of Yi Feng's might now. After all, if Zhang Luowei did not feel greatly threatened by Yi Feng, why would he be so angry at the mention this expert? In fact, Ling Feilong had long since told Lan Hailong about this matter, and Lan Hailong had instructed him to contact Shi Feng secretly once more. Once he attained certain achievements in God's domain, would he still be afraid of not being able to earn money? With wealth, would he still need to be afraid that Zhao Ruoxi wouldn't welcome his embrace of her own volition? Her family might very well obediently hand her over to him. Just as everyone discussed the Assassin's Alliance's first clear, Shi Feng had already swapped out his old equipment for the 4 pieces of the wind extinguisher set equipment and had arrived at the library of White River City. Compared to the dilapidated house used as a library in Red Leaf Town, the library at White River City was a true library. Not only did it possess a majestic atmosphere, but its appearance was also splendid and magnificent. It was like a Babylonian shrine, and it was situated right in the heart of the city. The people going through the entrance of the library were mostly nobles of White River City and mage-class NPCs. There were even some who possessed Tier 2 classes. Hence, the library was not a place where the common folk could simply visit. Meanwhile, Charlin, the Tier 3 divine official whom Shifeng searched for, currently recuperated within this wealth of knowledge. Chapter 217, Thoughtful Rain. At the entrance of White River City's majestic library. Aside from a large number of NPCs entering and leaving the premises, there were also plenty of players surrounding the library's entrance. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still could not enter the library. Hence, a majority of these players were currently trying to befriend some of the NPCs here, increasing their intimacy in the hopes of these NPCs taking them along into the library. There were even some attractive female players that tried to seduce the NPC nobles. Meanwhile, the players that attempted these actions were mostly mages such as elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners. As for why these players tried to get into the library, it was mainly because of the amazing skills they could learn within the library. Aside from obtaining these skills from monsters and dungeons, the library also possessed some of the more common, high-level mage skills. As for healers, they would have to visit the Light Temple to learn their respective skills. Meanwhile, all melee classes could learn new skills from their respective class instructors in the Apocalypse Temple. These players had read about the library in the White River City guidebook by Shifeng. Hence, they had all come here to obtain new skills. After all, compared to upgrading their weapons and equipment, it was much easier to upgrade their arsenal of skills. As long as players could learn some of these high-level skills, their overall prowess would massively improve. However, learning a skill was very expensive. Players also needed to do a series of quests and waste precious time to obtain a skill. Hence, Shifeng never thought of obtaining his skills through such means. After all, the skills he had learned so far were not any weaker than those high-level class-specific skills. So, he naturally would not waste time trying to obtain them. Seeing Shifeng walking towards the library's entrance, the spectating players by the sidelines revealed sneers on their faces. Look, another new guy is trying to enter. How many players has that been already? Let's watch the guard kick him out. Most of these players had suffered a loss at the hands of the gatekeeper. As none of them possessed an entry pass, the guards had chased them all away. There were also some players who tried to cause a scene after being refused entry. However, these players were either jailed or sent flying away with a kick. Just as Shifeng was about to walk towards the tightly shut large steel doors, a female elementalist pulled on Shifeng, stopping him. The guards here will kick out any player without an entry pass. It is best if you do not try to approach them, the female player warned Shifeng. Shifeng already knew this. However, since the other party had approached him with kind intentions, Shifeng turned his head and looked at the female player that had stopped him. Immediately, Shifeng discovered that the female player who stopped him was very beautiful. Amongst all the female elementalists he knew, only the flame which, Zhao Yueru, might trump this girl's beauty. Moreover, the equipment on this girl fully comprised of mysterious iron equipment. Although her weapons and equipment were all below level 10, they were still extremely valuable. As the girl before him was an independent player, it was much more difficult for her to obtain such equipment compared to a member of a guild. However, for some unknown reason, Shifeng felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at this female player. Yet, he could not recall when he had met her before. He then used observing eyes and took a look at this girl's name. Thoughtful Rain. Shifeng had no recollection of this ID, and he was very sure that there was no female expert in his previous life with such a name. Since she was not a female expert, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her? Shifeng shook his head. There was no point thinking about it if he couldn't remember. It might just be a misconception due to his reincarnation. Thanks, Shifeng said. Thoughtful Rain faintly smiled. She thought that, since Shifeng had shown his appreciation, he must have a kind personality, unlike others who would reply to goodwill with malice. Hence, she pointed towards the group of players a short distance away that was currently surrounding a few NPC nobles, softly saying, "Your attitude isn't so bad after all. If you wish to enter the library, it is best if you obtain an entry pass first. You can also try to befriend one of those NPC nobles. They possess some entry passes. Miss Rain, are you trying to enter the library as well? Shifeng asked. But those NPC nobles are simply too vile. So, I was just about to leave in search of an entry pass somewhere else. Thoughtful Rain nodded her head. However, when she recalled those fat and oily NPC nobles, an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Since that is the case, why don't you enter the library with me? Shifeng asked. He had no ulterior motives in inviting her along. He was simply trying to repay Thoughtful Rain's kind reminder. Enter? Thoughtful Rain asked in confusion, do you have an entry pass? No. Shifeng shook his head. He then smiled as he explained, however, I have other methods. It shouldn't be possible, right? The guards here will only allow those with an entry pass or those related to the library to enter. Thoughtful Rain revealed an unconvinced expression as if saying, you're tricking me. Shifeng merely smiled at her reaction, not bothering to explain. He then walked towards the large metal doors. Before Thoughtful Rain could stop Shifeng, the guard on duty had already noticed him. The spectating players in the distance all started snickering at the thought of the misfortunate about to befall on Shifeng. This noob is trying too hard to impress the beauty he just met. I want to watch the guard put him in his place. With his figure, I'm guessing that the guard will send him flying over 10 yards. If he continues making a ruckus, the guard might even capture him and hang him by the library's entrance for display. That isn't right. The guard kicked that last berserker over 10 yards. I bet that he will fly 15 yards away. Just as everyone wore mocking smiles, the guard moved forward and blocked Shifeng's path. Halt! The powerful and mighty guard at the entrance suddenly blocked Shifeng with his spear. He then coldly said, you will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library. I'm a demon hunter. Will that do? Shifeng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title, asking. So, it is Lord Demon Hunter. Please pardon my rudeness. The gatekeeper immediately retracted his spear, showing Shifeng extreme respect. This situation immediately stunned the spectating players standing at a side. Their mouths gaped as the scene left them speechless. Even after they tried countless methods to obtain an entry pass from the NPC nobles, they still failed. Yet, the noob before them had actually made the gatekeeper kneel before him in respect just by uttering a single sentence. Could this be the rumored secret signal? Or was it the entry password? Shifeng nodded towards the guard. He then pointed at Thoughtful Rain, saying, she is a friend of mine. However, she does not possess an entry pass. I wonder if she can enter with me? I can be her guarantor. Of course. Since she is a friend of the Lord Demon Hunter, she is naturally allowed to enter. The guard took a look at Thoughtful Rain, immediately noticing that she was an exquisite beauty. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng, an understanding look on his face as he hurriedly said, in addition, here is a library member's emblem. This will allow Lord Demon Hunter's friend to enter the library freely in the future. Saying so, the guard respectfully passed the library member's emblem to Shifeng. Shifeng was slightly stunned. God's domain had only undergone one evolution as of this moment. He never thought that these NPC guards would be so intelligent already. Though he felt slightly shocked, he had no hesitation when accepting the library member's emblem from the guard. An entry pass could only provide a single entry into the library for players. However, one could not complete the process of learning a new skill with a single trip. Meanwhile, there was no limit to the number of uses for the library member's emblem. Players could enter the library without any restrictions if they possessed this emblem. Originally, obtaining the library member's emblem for a friend was a special right reserved for nobles in White River City. Shifeng did not think that even a demon hunter would have such rights. Miss Rain, please hold onto this library member's emblem properly. In the future, you simply need to wear it on your person, and none of these guards will bar you from the library, Shifeng said, handing the emblem to Thoughtful Rain, who was currently still in a daze. following which, the two of them entered the library under everyone's stunned gazes. Some of the players were immediately dumbfounded. A few female players also revealed their envy as they watched Thoughtful Rain. At this moment, the players who had previously mocked Shifeng ran up to the library's entrance. "Halt!" The gatekeeper blocked all the players, coldly saying, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library." "I'm a demon hunter." "Will that do?" These players repeated Shifeng's words, inwardly praising themselves for their clever minds. "How brave! You actually dare to impersonate the Lord Demon Hunter?" When the guard swept a glance over these players, he failed to discover any of them in possession of the Demon Hunter title. Immediately, the guard flared with anger. In the end, all these smart people ended up in tragedy. Chapter 218, Starstreak Trading Firm. After Shifeng and Thoughtful Rain entered the library. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when she saw the spectacular scene inside the library. The interior of the library was like something from a fantasy world. Countless documents and materials were displayed all around the library, and a massive, transparent crystal globe occupied the center. This crystal globe was like a supercomputer. One could search for any information available pertaining to the Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, numerous open-air meditation rooms made of magic crystals decorated the surroundings of the crystal globe. Inside these meditation rooms, players could either research new spells or practice using their current spells. Normally, only Tier 3 and above mage classes would research new spells. The players at this stage of the game had yet to possess a deep understanding of magic, so researching new spells was out of the question for them. Moreover, the spells that players currently used were only entry-level spells. However, along with the increase in their levels, the spells they used would also grow more complex. If they did not possess a specific degree of understanding of magic, they could stop dreaming of casting any high-tier spells. As a result, many mages in God's domain had given up on their adventuring career, switching to a lifestyle class instead. In fact, magic wasn't the only thing that had stringent requirements for players. It was the same for battle techniques. The more powerful a battle technique was, the higher its requirement would be of a player's control over their body. As a result, this requirement had created a gap in strength between the players of God's domain. It was one of the reasons that some players could advance to a Tier 5 class, while some failed even to reach Tier 3. Although it would be of some help if players increased their levels and attributes, such factors would make little difference the further players advanced in God's domain. This was also the reason why God tier powerhouses were so rare. Thus, Shifeng continuously trained his body day in and day out, in addition to spending a large number of credits to purchase nutrient fluids to improve his body's physique. It was all meant to improve his brain's potential and performance. Only by developing his brain's potential could he master his body in the game and obtain extraordinary battle prowess. He could then advance to a Tier 5 class and take the challenge to advance to the Tier 6 godhood, reaching the pinnacle of God's domain. Let's part ways here. I still need to look for someone. If you want to learn high-level skills, the Tier 2 instructor over there can help you. Shifeng pointed towards a mage in white robes standing by the large crystal globe. Thank you. Thoughtful Rain appeared slightly embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had intended to help Shifeng. Never would she have imagined that she would be the one who received help instead. She then said, "Seeing as you are so familiar with this place, are you perhaps a professional player?" "I guess you can put it that way," Shifeng nodded. "Let's add each other as friends, then." "I don't normally play games, so I usually buy my game equipment from others. In the future, if I am looking to purchase equipment or do a quest, I can also look to you for some help." Thoughtful Rain beamed a smile as she sent Shifeng a friend request. "That's fine, but if you need help with a quest, it would be best if you contact me about it in advance." Shifeng accepted the friend request. He did not think that, by coming here to do a quest, he would actually meet a potential female customer. When his workshop started its operations in the future, aside from raiding dungeons to obtain equipment, they would also need to look for tycoons and various corporations for sponsorship. However, it was extremely difficult for an upstart workshop to obtain sponsorship from a large corporation. Newly established workshops usually depended on rich players who were willing to spend large sums of money. Only after becoming a large guild would a workshop attract the sponsorship of large corporations. Although Shi Feng's workshop had yet to start its operation officially, there was already one customer waiting at the front door. His luck was relatively good. After Shi Feng left, Thoughtful Rain inspected Shi Feng's ID. Oh, he is Yi Feng, White River City's #1 expert. As Shi Feng had kept his ID hidden, it was only revealed after Shi Feng accepted her friend request. Although Thoughtful Rain was not a gaming expert, having a poor understanding of the gaming world, Shi Feng's fame had long since shaken the White River City region. He had also received many titles such as White River City's #1 independent player, God-ranked expert, and so on. Furthermore, Shi Feng had also personally penned the luxury version of the White River City guidebook she had bought. So, how could she not know who Shi Feng was? No wonder why I thought he looked familiar. It turns out that he is Yi Feng. This looks interesting. Thoughtful Rain's bright red lips slightly lifted upwards as she lost herself in her own thoughts. On the library's uppermost floor, Star Moon Hall. Several level 180 Tier 1 knights stood guard outside of Star Moon Hall. These knights wore rigid expressions. Under normal circumstances, even normal nobles were not allowed into the Star Moon Hall. However, these knights did not stop Shi Feng this time. On the contrary, they immediately parted the crystal doors for Shi Feng upon his arrival. I've been bitterly waiting for you for so long. Why have you only decided to come now? Charlene asked, smiling sweetly from her seat next to a shiny, stone table. The woman currently wore a set of pure white, magical robes. The delicate and luxurious robes radiated a faint silvery glow, making Charlene appear as though she were a flawless noble saint. She crossed one thigh over the other, revealing fair, supple skin. It was almost as if Charlene was trying to toy with Shi Feng. At this moment, Charlene was no longer a level 20 Tier 3 divine official, but a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Aside from the few Tier 4 tyrants, Charlene could very well be considered the most powerful person in White River City. Why are you standing there, daydreaming? Come over here and sit. We have plenty of time to have a lengthy chat. Charlene smiled faintly as she pointed towards the empty seat beside her. Shi Feng instinctively shuddered when he faced a gold digger like Charlene. He felt as if he were being stared at by a nine-tailed fox, his wallet no longer safe. However, to obtain the clue for the epic quest, Shi Feng had no choice but to advance, taking a seat beside Charlene. Shi Feng took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table. He then asked in a soft tone, "Esteemed Lady Charlene, I've brought the 10 gold coins you requested. I wonder if you can tell me the location of the Bible of Darkness now?" Charlene made a slight waving motion and the gold coins on the stone table immediately flew to her lily-white hand. Giggling, she played with the shiny coins in her hand. "I didn't think that your money-making speed would be so fast. This big sister has truly underestimated you." After storing the gold coins, Charlene unhurriedly said, "However, I now have a new piece of information. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Moreover, this information is extremely accurate. It will definitely help you in locating the Bible of Darkness." Shi Feng's lips involuntarily twitched at Charlene's words. She was going to ask for more money. "Say it. How much do you want?" Shi Feng truly felt regretful now. Due to the successful sales of hard stones, Shi Feng now had over 70 gold coins on his person. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have stored all his money in the bank before coming to the library. However, there was also another possibility. Only when players possessed a certain amount of money could they trigger the revelation of new information. If so, without a doubt, Shi Feng had reached this goal. Not much, an additional 40 gold coins would be enough. Of course, you can choose not to listen to this new information. I'm not trying to belittle you, but with your current strength, it is impossible for you to locate the Bible of Darkness by relying on the old clue. Are you sure you don't want to know this new clue? Charlene blinked her eyes at Shifeng, her body radiating a holy aura. Those affected by this aura would find it hard to refuse Charlene's requests. A total of 50 gold coins. At this moment, Shifeng wanted to shout, "Why don't you just rob me and be done with it?" However, Shifeng endured it. As long as he could obtain the reward for the epic quest, spending 50 gold coins was nothing in comparison. Here is 40 gold coins. Shifeng ground his teeth as he placed another 40 gold coins on the stone table, forming a small, gold mountain. Charlene's eyes shone as she saw the small mountain of gold. After snagging the gold coins, she unhurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Shifeng. She then said, "This is a contract for White River City's Starstreak trading firm. As long as you bring this contract to President Henry, he will tell you how to reach the Dark Denver." Chapter 219 Background. Starstreak Trading Firm? Shifeng was slightly confused by Charlene's words. After all, this was the second phase of an epic quest. Yet, Charlene did not send him on a dangerous mission, but simply to find a person instead? The difficulty of this task was simply inconceivable. Could money really make the devil turn millstones for you? Can spending money reduce the difficulty of a quest? Shifeng wondered. Giving the situation some thought, it wasn't exactly impossible. Right now, a first-rate guild's daily liquid funds only amounted to 6 to 7 gold coins at best. Even if Fantasy Extinguisher had the full support of the first-rate guild, the Fantasy Shrine, it would have been impossible for him to gather 50 gold coins. Even if the Fantasy Shrine possessed 50 gold coins, they would not simply allow Fantasy Extinguisher to spend it. After all, a large guild could make major improvements to itself with 50 gold coins. If Shifeng had not received a daily income of over 100 gold coins from selling the hard stones, he would not pay 50 gold coins, even if it killed him. According to the main god system's principle of equal value exchange, there was a very high possibility that he could reduce the difficulty of the epic quest by paying 50 gold coins. In any case, Shifeng did not lack money right now. After all, he had a daily income of over 100 gold. His earnings could rival the total sum of all the famous guilds' liquid funds in White River City. It was not an exaggeration to say that his personal wealth could rival an entire city's. If he could reduce the difficulty of an epic quest by paying some money, he would definitely do so. If he had known about this earlier, he would have waited a few more days before coming to meet Charlene. If he gathered 500 or 600 gold coins, he might be able to go to the Dark Den immediately to complete the quest. He would save plenty of time and trouble. "Thank you, Lady Charlene." Shifeng respectfully received the contract. "I have faith in you. Don't make me wait too long." As more time passes, the strength of the great demon will also increase. At that time, even I might not be able to challenge it. As for you, you'll just have to live the remainder of your life as a walking corpse, Charlene warned. System, second phase of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, Gospel Project, accepted. Quest content, go to Starstreak Trading Firm and look for President Henry for more information about the Dark Den rewards unknown. Although Shifeng did not know the exact contents of the quest, he felt that it should not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After all, he was only meeting Henry to learn more information and not heading directly to the Dark Denver. Starstreak Trading Firm was very famous throughout White River City. The range of operation of the Starstreak Trading Firm was not limited to White River City alone. It also operated in the 7 cities surrounding White River City. It was a massive trading firm. With such a wide reach, the amount of information they possessed would be immense as well. It was no wonder Charlene sent him to meet President Henry. Soon after, Shifeng bade farewell to Charlene. If he remained here, the remaining 20 gold coins in his pockets might very well end up in Charlene's pockets instead. After leaving the library, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried over to Starstreak Trading Firm. As the horse carriage galloped through the wide streets, Shifeng could see players who had just arrived at White River City all around. Through the passing of time, the atmosphere in White River City had grown livelier. There was a high possibility that, in just another few days, the streets of White River City would be packed with people. 10 minutes or so later, the horse carriage halted in front of the storefront of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store appeared luxurious. The building had a total of 6 floors. This store was definitely one of the tallest buildings in White River City, making it extremely eye-catching. Moreover, it was situated in a very good location, right in the heart of the trade area. The Bank of White River City was also just next door, while the auction house was only a short distance away. There were only 8 shops in total situated within this golden district. Among them, 3 shops occupied the largest areas, each occupied 2 to 3 times more land than the other shops. Naturally, Starstreak Trading Firm was one of these shops. Moreover, Starstreak Trading Firm similarly occupied such a golden district in the other 7 cities. It was obvious just how powerful the background of Starstreak Trading Firm was. During the initial stages of God's domain, countless first-rate guilds had tried to form connections with the Starstreak Trading Firm to conduct business. Unfortunately, these guilds failed to meet even the shadow of President Henry. Yet, right now, Shi Feng could get in touch with President Henry through his quest. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that an epic quest was truly awe-inspiring. Although the price of failure was similarly horrifying, as long as he could complete it, the benefits he could obtain were unimaginable. The best example for this was the Demon Hunter title and Demon Mask Shi Feng had received from completing the first phase of the Darkness Descends quest. These 2 items had been of great help to him. I wonder what sort of rewards I could obtain from completing this phase of the quest? Shi Feng inwardly felt anticipation. As of this moment, Shi Feng had finally realized why the Fantasy Shrine would hold nothing back in helping Fantasy Extinguisher complete his epic quest. After all, the profits they could reap from this quest was just astonishing. If a mere independent player like him could receive such profits, what could a guild accomplish? Hence, this was the reason the Fantasy Shrine had risen to the top of Black Dragon Empire during the early periods of the game in the past, suppressing all the other first-rate guilds. Unfortunately, Fantasy Shrine was doomed to normality in this life. Unless Fantasy Extinguisher managed to find another epic quest, Fantasy Shrine would not have any chances of achieving prominence. However, such a discovery was extremely unlikely. In the past, Shi Feng had only accepted 1 epic quest throughout the decade he had spent in God's domain. Moreover, he had only received it by chance when he was around level 150. One could imagine just how rare an epic quest was. At this moment, Shi Feng suddenly received a system announcement. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. This system announcement undeniably caused a sensation among the players in White River City. Right now, the independent players who had arrived in White River City all had impressive techniques. Meanwhile, a large majority of them were unwilling to join a small guild. They all wished to join a large, top-tier guild. However, these independent players would not determine a guild's strength solely through the fame of the guild. After all, every time a guild started out in a new virtual reality game, they had to start from the very bottom. Moreover, there would always be some nameless guild suddenly rising in the ranks, becoming the tyrant of this new virtual reality game. Similarly, there was also plenty of well-known guilds that had vanished without a trace. Hence, players would usually determine a guild's strength through their dungeon raiding capabilities. This situation also caused the system announcements to be extraordinarily important to guilds, as this was the basis of reference for independent players. In fact, the players who had previously intended to join the Assassin's Alliance had all changed their minds to join Ouroboros instead. After all, not only was Ouroboros a first-rate guild, but they had also obtained the first clear of a hell mode dungeon. Regarding wealth, influence, or strength, Ouroboros was far more powerful than the Assassins' Alliance. Even an idiot knew which guild to choose. This was the difference in backgrounds. As expected of Gentle Snow, her speed is astonishing. I've only just recently helped the Assassins' Alliance obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon, yet, in the blink of an eye, she too has obtained one already. If she had not suddenly stopped playing God's Domain, she might have turned Ouroboros into a super guild in the past. Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed. How great would it be if he could recruit Gentle Snow into his own guild? If Shi Feng incorporated the Cleric God, Violet Cloud, the Tyrant Bear, Cola, the Skillful Fire Dance, and his own past experiences into his own guild, they would have no trouble becoming a first-rate guild, or even a super guild, in the future. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng suddenly felt that he really needed to upgrade his team's strength. After all, a guild couldn't rely on a handful of apex experts for support. They needed a stronger backbone. The best-case scenario for Shi Feng right now was to recruit some of the future powerhouses who were still obscure existences right now. However, the guild he established by himself did not possess a deep background or great fame. These experts were no fools. If Shi Feng tried to recruit them, they might not even consider the option before rejecting him. Hence, the foremost thing Shi Feng needed to do was to establish a guild with a strong background and limitless potential. Only by doing so could he attract those nameless experts. Chapter 220 Tier 4 Magic Scroll. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket in reality. A trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's Domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's Domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Shi Feng. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him, Shi Feng said. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Shi Feng's information through the crystal. After several minutes, Mr. Yi Feng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the third floor. Thank you. Immediately, Shi Feng walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the third floor, he met two level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the first floor of Starstreak Trading Firm's store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Shi Feng walked up to the office, the two ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy, mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. Your Excellency Yi Feng, please sit, President Henry said when his eyes met Shi Feng's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. President Henry, This is the contract that Miss Charlin wanted me to bring to you. Shi Feng sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlin had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlin. The young truly are promising, Henry praised. He then said, since you are here now, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Shi Feng had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlin tell Henry? Oh, did Her Highness Charlin not tell Your Excellency about it? Confused, Henry said, this contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlin. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak trading firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak Trading Firm's shares and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins. You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll? Shi Feng's expression froze. Charlin was simply ruthless. Charlin had sent him to deal with the predicament, yet, she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares. That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as Your Excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to Your Excellency, Henry said, nodding his head. May I know what kind of magic scroll it is? Shi Feng was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Shi Feng had seen was only a Tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing Tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a Tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Star Moon Kingdom. It is priceless, Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure. He had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this Tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Shi Feng came to a realization. If he had the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Denver. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlin was so confident in her information. President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve? Shi Feng asked. To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that Your Excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy, Henry unhurriedly explained. Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible. Then, which band of bandits stole your merchandise? The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 Tier 3 Shadow Warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, I would greatly appreciate it. Hearing the words, Tier 3 Shadow Warrior, Shi Feng nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a Tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the words death would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Shi Feng would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Shi Feng had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Shi Feng's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, if Your Excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlin sent Your Excellency here. Shi Feng slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak Trading Firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised Your Excellency as a business prodigy. If Your Excellency manages our Starstreak Trading Firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Shifeng only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the Great Demon would appear, Shifeng would, at most, have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Shifeng could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System Epic Quest Phase 2 Gospel Project accepted. Quest content: You have become the manager of Starstreak Trading Firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak Trading Firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. Chapter 221, Astonishing Decision. It's not even going to give me a choice? Shifeng laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Shifeng did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Shifeng was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits, in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Shifeng to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yifeng, from now on, the entire Starstreak Trading Firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If Your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress. The edges of her dress brushed against the red-carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea-blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny, blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Shifeng and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil, yet attractive, smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yifeng will be the acting president of Starstreak Trading Firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yifeng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Shifeng as he said, Your Excellency Yifeng, from today onwards, the Starstreak Trading Firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak Trading Firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System: Player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry smile, in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Shi Feng was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Shi Feng would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Shi Feng this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak Trading Firm to me, then. Shi Feng laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Shi Feng felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak Trading Firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Shi Feng called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna, Yi Feng's assistant. Gender, female. Age, 20. Loyalty, 50. Charm, 86. Physique, 60. Wisdom, 91. Level, 50. HP, 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the information displayed. In God's domain, wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually Tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a Tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an Apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Shi Feng's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Shi Feng earned it through the Starstreak Trading Firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding. Since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself, if he utilized Starstreak Trading Firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak Trading Firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Shi Feng to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Shi Feng. All this time, he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only, he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area, even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, 1 gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where 1 silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Shi Feng had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Shi Feng. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Shi Feng left the president's office to tour the Starstreak Trading Firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Feng already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank, and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Feng was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Feng around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do. I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Feng and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Feng had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Feng in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Feng and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Feng had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Feng looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be all right? Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Feng with a confused expression as she thought, he has just taken the position as the acting president, yet he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Feng was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Feng. Hence, she nodded her head, saying, if Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what Your Excellency needs me to do. Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the 4th to 6th floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models, this was practically a change of occupation. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.